Dear colleagues, the sitting is open. First, the usual reminder. I remind the members that it is a legal requirement for everyone here to wear a FFP2 mask covering your nose, mouth and chin, even when taking the floor. Sorry for that. These are the rules. I remember members taking part remotely that they should take part in proceedings from a quiet location and should not speak from cars, trains or other modes of transport. Sorry for that again, but we have to try to communicate in a proper way. I inform you that Mr. Pyotr Tolstoy has not achieved in the vote this morning the required absolute majority, so we will hold a further ballot under the same arrangements for which a majority of the votes cast is required. The votes will be conducted using the electronic voting system of the Skettle platform. The arrangements are the same as for the first round of voting. I remember you that that only those who were on the voting list this morning can vote in this ballot. 5 tellers representing the 5 political groups will help to oversee the election and the counting, assisted by the Secretariat. The tellers are for the EPP group, Madam Boriana Aberg, for the groups of the Socialists, Democrats and Greens, Madam Sayek Böke, for the group of the ECDC, DA, Mr. John Howell, for the ALDE group, Madam Beatrice Fresco Rolfo, and from the UEL group, Mr. Hisha Özsoy. The vote, colleagues, is open and will close at 6 p.m. We now will continue with the agenda, and the first item on our agenda is the address of our Secretary General, Madam Maria Pecinovic-Buric, the Secretary of the Council of Europe, our Secretary General, because I remind you, we elected our Secretary General, and we are most happy that the Secretary General will address our Assembly as we are used to in the beginning of each year. Many things have happened, Madam Secretary General. This was not an easy year for you to deal with, and I think that I am not over pessimistic if I say that there are some challenges ahead for you in the year that just has started. But let's be happy that we have you as a Secretary General, that you are there to act to the benefit of both our Assembly and the Committee of Ministers. And we are looking forward to hear your address to inform us about the major points that you think are of importance to know for us as an Assembly. And then we take questions of our members after your address. Madam Secretary General, I'm honored to give you the floor.
President of the Parliamentary Assembly, dear Mr. Cox, thank you very much. And once again, my felicitation for your post, which also will not be easy. I think we live in difficult times. State Secretary Della Vedova, distinguished parliamentarians, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I began by thanking the outgoing President of the Assembly and welcoming his successor to the role. Rick Dems has been dedicated and proactive throughout his term in office, pushing for progress on pressing issues, including the environment and human rights, about which his concerns are clear and just. And in Tinny Cox, this Assembly has an able and experienced hand to help guide it through the uncertain times that lie ahead. We wish him every success. Certainly, the challenges are real. The format of this session is testament to that. We all hoped that by the start of 2022, COVID would be causing much less disruption. However, the situation remains difficult. In recent weeks, some of our member states have had record number of cases. It is encouraging that the Omicron variant appears to be less severe than others, but it too causes serious illness and deaths. And the sheer volume of infections poses an ongoing threat to health systems and to the ability of public and private services to function. So while we look forward to full physical meetings resuming as soon as possible, I commend the difficult decision to hold this session in a modified format that puts health first, but which allows the Assembly to make progress on its important work too. Of course, national authorities are also continuing to make hard choices about what measures are required for tackling the pandemic as it evolves. Early in the crisis, I wrote to the governments making clear that the measures they take should be necessary, proportionate, and limited in duration. That they must comply with the European Convention on Human Rights, and this remains the case. And I know that the use of restrictions, the introduction of COVID passes, and most recently, the debate over mandatory vaccinations has caused controversy in some countries. Many members of this Assembly have deeply held views on these matters, as do millions of citizens across our continent. They are looking for answers to complex ethical issues, and many of these are winding their way through domestic legal systems, with some ultimately arriving at the door of the European Court for Human Rights. More will doubtless come. It is not for me to pass judgment on these matters. Rather, it is for governments to take the actions they think are right, just, and in accordance with our common European standards. For national courts to ensure that those standards are not breached, and for the Strasbourg Court to decide on cases where domestic remedies have been exhausted. This is the right and proper way. COVID-19 is, however, not the only serious challenge facing Europe today. Far from it. Headwinds are buffeting our continent and neighbors and creating deep fears. Take the unrest in Kazakhstan and the recent worrying developments in Belarus, or the ongoing security tensions around Ukraine, and the aftermath of the conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan. The Council of Europe is not a security organization, but these situations often have the potential to impact on human rights, democracy, and the rule of law within our member states. And to that extent, they are relevant for us too. So throughout the course of the past year, I have taken initiatives to address them within the terms of our mandate. These actions, confidence-building measures, for example, don't necessarily hit the newspaper headlines, but they do matter for people living in the countries concerned and for our common democratic security. The context in which we operate, however, is not always easy. In last year's annual report, A Democratic Renewal for Europe, I warned that democracy is in distress. Europe's democratic environment and democratic institutions are in mutually reinforcing decline, with a range of heavy, interlocking factors providing the downward momentum. Populism, extreme nationalism, and COVID-19, which has made worse the trends that were already there for those who wanted to see. This can be stopped. Our democracies can rise again and provide the open environment in which human rights and the rule of law ensure certainty, equality, and dignity for all. But this requires determination, political will. At last May's ministerial session in Hamburg, member states recommitted to the Council of Europe's common values. This is important and welcome, because above all else, we rely on those member states to ensure that the European Convention on Human Rights is implemented at the national level, along with all of the instruments that we have developed. Members of this assembly play an important role in making that happen. And with our unique strategic triangle of standard setting, monitoring, and cooperation, our organization will continue to support governments in making the changes that benefit their citizens. That is why I raise these issues so often with the ministers and other high-level representatives I meet, and why I also took the step last month of exercising for the first time in my mandate my prerogative power under Article 52 of the European Convention. This has opened a formal inquiry with respect to Poland, whose constitutional court has judged that there is incompatibility between its national constitution and the European Convention. The judgment is unprecedented and deeply concerning. And under the Article 52 procedure, the national authorities have now been asked to explain how they now intend to ensure the implementation of the Convention, as they are legally required to do. It is in everyone's interest that this initiative leads to a resolution of the issues in line with the international law. Throughout 2021, in this and other cases, I have not hesitated to sound the alarm when I have seen actions that were out of line with our standards. But I offered our support too. Whether the so-called foreign agents law or the situation of Alexei Navalny in Russia, which you are debating this week, or Turkey's deeply regrettable withdrawal from the Istanbul Convention. Now, as the threat of conflict looms in Europe, I will continue reminding our political leaders that the relative peace we have enjoyed over the past decades has been underpinned by this very organization, and our commitment to human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. We should never forget that these shared values far outweigh the single issues that divide us. Mesdames et messieurs, il y a bien sûr de nombreuses autres priorités dont nous devons nous occuper. La liberté d'expression, en ligne et hors ligne. Le rôle de la diversité de la société civile, et notamment des défenseurs des droits de l'homme, ou encore la non-discrimination et la protection des groupes vulnérables, tels que les enfants, les personnes LGBTI, les migrants et les réfugiés. Nous devons aussi, bien évidemment, lutter contre la traite des êtres humains. Les inégalités et le racisme, la xénophobie et la discrimination mais aussi contre la pauvreté et l'injustice sociale qui se sont aggravées avec la pandémie. Nous allons aussi redoubler d'efforts pour promouvoir l'éducation à la citoyenneté démocratique, pour renforcer le rôle des jeunes dans les prises de décision et pour consolider l'indépendance, l'efficacité et la résilience des systèmes judiciaires. Ce sont là des remparts pour protéger la démocratie dans tous nos États membres. Le Conseil de l'Europe agit dans chacun de ces domaines, tout comme son Assemblée parlementaire. Je suis convaincue que nous pouvons ensemble aller plus loin encore. Je tiens cependant à attirer particulièrement l'attention sur 3 autres priorités qui ont toutes un point commun. Dans le domaine de l'intelligence artificielle et de nouvelles technologies, notre comité examine la possibilité d'élaborer, entre autres, un instrument juridique transversal contraignant. Nous devons jouer un rôle moteur dans ce domaine afin d'assurer que l'intelligence artificielle soit au service de nos normes communes et d'éviter qu'elle ne le mette à mal. Un nouveau traité du Conseil de l'Europe sur ce sujet serait une immense avancée pour l'Europe et pour le reste du monde. En matière de lutte contre la corruption, contre le blanchiment de capitaux et la cybercriminalité, plusieurs initiatives sont en cours de mise en œuvre. Notamment, un nouvel instrument a été adopté pour améliorer la collecte et l'utilisation des preuves électroniques pour s'attaquer à la cybercriminalité. Il sera ouvert à la signature en mai et j'espère que les membres de cette Assemblée sauront convaincre leur gouvernement de le ratifier. Enfin, sur le front de la lutte contre la dégradation de l'environnement et le changement climatique, la dynamique amorcée par notre organisation passe notamment par une série de textes adoptés par cette Assemblée en septembre. J'ai pour ma part formulé plusieurs propositions qui ont été acceptées par le comité de ministres et inscrites à notre nouveau programme, notamment en vue du remplacement ou de l'actualisation de notre convention sur la lutte contre la criminalité environnementale, ainsi que la poursuite des travaux pour l'élaboration d'une nouvelle recommandation aux États membres sur les droits de l'homme et l'environnement, qui pourrait être suivie par un traité contraignant, si, bien sûr, les États en décident ainsi. Il y a en effet des problèmes de taille à surmonter aujourd'hui en Europe. Mais ces 3 exemples montrent qu'il est toujours possible d'aller de l'avant lorsque la volonté politique est là. Plus encore, ils montrent comment nos principes intemporels s'appliquent aux nouveaux défis. Lorsque nos pères fondateurs ont élaboré la Convention européenne des droits de l'homme ou lorsque la Charte sociale européenne a été adoptée, qui aurait pu imaginer les changements que nos sociétés allaient traverser au cours des décennies suivantes? Pourtant, en appliquant nos normes à toutes ces situations nouvelles, dans ce monde qui change à un rythme accéléré, où la technologie peut améliorer notre mode de vie ou lui nuire, nous parvenons à faire en sorte que les droits de l'homme, la démocratie et l'état de droit protègent nos citoyens maintenant et pour les temps à venir. Nous devons simplement avoir la volonté d'agir. C'est pourquoi je me félicite que le comité des ministres ait accepté en novembre ma proposition de préserver le budget de l'organisation en termes réels. Bien sûr, nous aimerions tous avoir plus de moyens, mais dans un contexte d'incertitude économique et face aux épreuves infligées par la pandémie, une augmentation correspondant à l'inflation marque bien la volonté de nos États membres de nous voir poursuivre notre action. Certes, tous nos objectifs ne nécessitent pas un volume important de ressources supplémentaires. Je pense, par exemple, à mon ambition de coopérer plus étroitement avec d'autres organisations internationales, notamment à l'action que nous menons pour l'adhésion de l'Union européenne à la Convention européenne des droits de l'homme. Cette étape améliorerait grandement la cohérence des mécanismes de protection des droits de l'homme sur notre continent. Cela dit, une grande partie de notre action nécessite bien évidemment un engagement financier. Les moyens dont nous disposons seront dépensés judicieusement, car si nos priorités peuvent être amenées à changer en cette période d'incertitude, à la fois politique et économique, notre rôle reste d'une importance vitale pour soutenir et protéger les citoyens. En conjuguant nos efforts, nous pourrons faire plus de choses pour le bien des Européennes et des Européens. Je vous sais gré de votre détermination à agir en ce sens et j'attends vos questions avec intérêt. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, cher secrétaire général, for your evaluation of what happened in the recent past and what is going to be in front of us and the measures you are thinking about and other issues that need to be known by our members. We now will take the questions from our members. I remind the Assembly that questions must be limited to 1 minute. We first will hear the questions of the 5 speakers on the behalf of the political groups, and that, as they are members of our Assembly, also for them it's 1 minute and not more. First question is from, on behalf of the group of the Socialists, Democrats and Greens, Madam Céline Sayek-Beuke. Céline, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Madam Secretary General, I'd like to welcome you on behalf of the Socialists, Democrats and Greens. I have 2 questions that are linked. The first is, there is the drama unfolding for years now with regards to an ongoing flow of migration and asylum seeking, bringing about the displacement of millions of people. And this is only being aggravated further and further. So as Secretary General of the Council of Europe, what are your plans specifically on fighting the instrumentalization of the lives of millions by politicians, indeed? And do you have, in line with our organization's core values, any revision in the plans on dealing with this very serious humanitarian challenge? And secondly, as you know, we will have a current affairs debate on the recent challenges to security in Europe. What would you like to tell us in advance about what you, as a Secretary General, think the role of the Council of Europe is in regards to security challenges? Thank you.
Thank you, Céline. Madam Secretary General.
Thank you for these 2 pertinent questions, and let me start with the first one. We are all witnessing terrible situations, be it at sea or at the borders, where people are losing lives and others are, as you said, instrumentalizing like traffickers or smugglers and earning big money on their very often tragic destiny. So the role of the Council of Europe in this, of course, you have other UN agencies and EU agencies who are dealing with that more as their most only subject. When it comes to the Council of Europe, what needs to be applied when our member states are concerned is that migration and asylum seekers in particular are dealt compliant with the European Convention of Human Rights, with the case law of our court, and of course with other standards, and needless to say with Geneva Convention, which is internationally looking at how this should be done. So what we do is we are liaising and having cooperation with the UNHCR and the EU FRA. So this is our international cooperation. But again, we are assisting these two agencies in complying with our standards that need to be put in place. You may well know that Secretary General in the previous mandate, so I continued that, has a special representative for migration, because with a big wave starting in the middle of last decade, and that is lasting and unfortunately growing, with more and more troubles around the world and people trying to fly away from wars, from other hardship, are trying to get mostly in Europe, but it's not only a European issue. So my new SRSG, which is Leyla Kayacik, who started from the 1st of January, is continuing this important role in liaising with international organizations, but also in applying action plans. The Committee of Ministers have approved the action plan last May on vulnerable persons in migration. You may also know that our former action plan dealt with, in particular, with the children in migration, which are particularly in a hardship, especially when they are unaccompanied. And from that experience, from their last action plan, we already developed a network of cooperation among member states. We also developed some handbooks, especially how to deal with children when they are unaccompanied or found in this hardship situation. So we are really trying to do on these two fronts as much as we can. When it comes to some particular issues, and I suppose that you referred to unprecedented crisis challenging Belarus border, bordering our member states, Poland, Latvia, Lithuania, and to some extent Estonia, where we saw instrumentalization of migration and politicization in a very hard way. This, again, no matter what, need human rights-centered response. And a number of our institutions within our system have been active in that. Our Human Rights Commissioner was in Poland, CPT was, I think, in Lithuania, and the court issued a number of rulings under the Rule 39, saying that, of course, it's the right of each and every member state to deal with migration, but they asked that this dealing is compliant with the European Convention on Human Rights. So and I think the numbers that the court has been dealing with are next to 70, and that they issued something around 60 rulings, out of which I think more than a half are already in place. So actually, throughout our system, our organization has been very active on that. And what we've seen recently is that the numbers are decreasing, at least at this border. But the situation really was very worrying in many respects. Now, in respect to your second question, which deals with what the role of the Council of Europe would be at the time of raising political tensions. I think it was quite clear from my speech. We are not security organizations, but we are very, very, very much concerned about security issues because they have potential to impact on human rights, democracy, and the rule of law, and they do so. So for the Council of Europe is to liaise with our member states to see with what the really security organizations around and the bilaterally member states are doing. But for us, what we should do as our role and our place in international pan-European multilateral architecture, we do our best when we do what is within our mandate. So ensuring human rights, democracy, and the rule of law is respected. And this is what I'm always reminding our member states when I go around and see them. And just for you to see how intensive that exchange is, in the last year, which was a COVID year and still in some parts of the last year, very high COVID times, I had spoken or visited, or they visited us here in Strasbourg, or seen at the margins of different events that we had, more than a half of ministers, prime ministers, and others of our member states. So I really very intensively liaise with our member states regarding that, but we are at best in assisting international problems when we are dealing with matters that we are mandated for.
Thank you, Madam Secretary General. The next question on behalf of the group of the EPP comes from Madam Ria Oomen-Ruijten from the Netherlands. Beste Ria, het woord is aan jou.
Merci beaucoup. Madame la secrétaire générale, je voudrais tout d'abord vous remercier pour votre présentation au nom du groupe PPE. Ma question porte sur l'affaire du logiciel espion Pegasus et le rôle du Conseil de l'Europe. L'été dernier, la presse a révélé que des personnalités politiques, des journalistes ou des membres de la société civile ont été espionnés dans de nombreux pays à l'aide d'un logiciel permettant de pirater les téléphones portables baptisé Pegasus. Ce logiciel espion, développé par une entreprise israélienne, aurait été utilisé par plusieurs États, comme l'Arabie saoudite, l'Azerbaïdjan, la Hongrie, mais aussi la Pologne, pour espionner des membres de l'opposition ou bien des journalistes. Ainsi, après avoir, dans un premier temps, démenti par exemple le gouvernement polonais, on a récemment admis avoir utilisé cette méthode. C'est à notre vue, une atteinte flagrante au droit à la vie privée, mais aussi d'un danger pour la démocratie et les droits de l'homme. Ce sont certains régimes qui ont utilisé ce logiciel. Face à ce scandale d'une portée internationale, aussi le Conseil de l'Europe doit faire quelque chose. On a ici désigné quelqu'un pour faire un rapport, mais notre groupe veut savoir, le Conseil a un rôle à jouer. Qu'est-ce que vous voulez faire? Merci beaucoup.
Merci Ria. Madame la secrétaire générale.
Merci beaucoup. Oui, les concerns, ce sont les allégations très sérieuses et comme vous, je partage votre point de vue et le point de vue de groupe qui est que c'est pas acceptable, c'est pas légal non plus. Dans une société démocratique, d'intercepter les communications par les acteurs de gouvernement ou les autres. même quand il s'agit des affaires liées aux services de sécurité. Donc, et vous l'avez bien mentionné, tous les États membres du Conseil de l'Europe doivent prendre en compte l'article 8, le droit à la vie privée, et les arrêts de la Cour, et notamment dans un des pays que vous avez mentionné, c'est notamment l'Hongrie. Il y a une affaire Vichy et Szabo de 2016 qui est suivie par le comité de ministres, dont la Cour dans son arrêt a dit qu'il y a des lacunes dans la législation hongroise en ce qu'il s'agit les possibilités d'intervenir de sorte dans la surveillance qui sont illégaux. Donc, il faut voir, en ce qui concerne la Hongrie, c'est dans je crois que c'est les prochains comités ministres qui se réunira bientôt, qui va revoir le cas. D'après mon savoir, le gouvernement hongrois avait dit qu'ils allaient changer certaines choses dans leur législation, et j'espère qu'ils vont le faire parce que ça fait déjà, c'est la 6e année depuis que ça s'est avéré que leur législation ne suit pas la Convention européenne des droits de l'homme. Ça s'applique aussi aux autres pays. Donc, je sais, j'ai suivi le cas pour la Pologne, où il y avait les allégations, où il y avait aussi le démenti de la part du gouvernement qui a dit qu'il n'avait pas mal utilisé cette situation. Mais je crois qu'il est maintenant, comme toujours, il y a un recours national si il y a les personnes qui trouvent qu'il faut aller plus loin dans cette affaire, qu'ils doivent saisir les cours nationaux. Et si jamais ça n'aboutit pas, de saisir notre Cour européenne des droits de l'homme.
Merci, Madame la Secrétaire Générale. The next question will be posed on behalf of the group of the ECDA by Mr. Alexei Goncharenko from Ukraine. Mr. Goncharenko, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Madam Secretary General, the situation in Belarus is worsening from day to day. Usurper Lukashenko became the complete puppet of Putin, and now together with Putin, he threatens Ukraine with war. He weaponized migration, and we saw awful crisis on the borders with Council of Europe member states. He is killing opposition inside his country. The situation is awful. During last year, we twice made resolutions in which it is said that a special body or group should be created inside our organization on Belarus. But what is done? Nothing. If we are not executing our own resolutions, how could we move forward? I have an answer of former President Mr. Dems that on November 19, dialogue was started on this issue between him as a president, US Secretary General and Committee of Ministers, but no result. So now I address to you and to our new president, Mr. Cox, just not to start the dialogue, but to finish it, to create this body, because we need to react on what is happening, not just in countries surrounded from all sides by member states of Council of Europe, but also by our applicant in this organization. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Goncharenko. Madam Secretary General.
Thank you very much. I think we all agree that the situation in Belarus is very concerning for a number of our member states. And this organization has been very vocal about it. It was, as you rightly pointed out, this Parliamentary Assembly, not only with this proposal for the working group, but a number of other occasions. I was very vocal I was vocal when it started early two years ago in end of summer. And the Committee of Ministers was also concerned about it. So it is true that Belarus, on the other hand, is not a member state of the Council of Europe. So we are dealing with this country in a particular way because the Warsaw Summit decided that Belarus was the only next member state which was expected to become a member of the Council of Europe, provided that they abolish the capital punishment and, of course, that they bring in the democratic regime. As you well pointed out, none of these happened. However, over the years, Council of Europe was engaging with Belarus, and they become members of several partial agreements, of some conventions, and some work was done. There were 2 action plans. We tried to really somehow prepare Belarus in a longer-term perspective for this membership until this horrible situation happened. And of course, there is a big worry about what is happening there, restricting laws of mass media and freedom of assembly, activist trials, not compliant with the Venice Commission that was asking with that regard, criminal liability for citizens participating in non-registered NGOs as from January this year, and many, many others, conviction of some people who have been active in cooperation with the Council of Europe. So there are a number of areas where we need to work. I myself, I met twice with Mrs. Tikhanovskaya, once over the internet, while it was not possible to come here, but the last time in November she was here in Strasbourg. We talked about different things, including the launched changes of the constitution, which we appealed to the Belarus government that started and is announcing also to have a referendum on the issue, that they should ask for our help, or at least apply the standards that we have for the constitution. But none of this happened. So this organization has been very, very vocal about this situation, but was also engaged in different ways. Venice Commission, a Commissioner for Human Rights, and some others. Now to the question you asked, of course, as this is not a member state, so would it be a member state would be much more easier to react. As it is not, then the 2 statutory bodies need to talk, and I think, as you rightly pointed out, these talks have started, but we need to see really that we have an added value in that. And let me not forget, at the very outset when it started, when we knew that our action plan will expire, our office was not prolonged, the mandate, as of March last year, we as Secretariat prepared a special document which can be put in place tomorrow, would the conditions in Belarus allow, which would mean that there would be a change of attitude and change of democratic environment and human rights compliant environment, which is not the case. So the organization really have thought of Belarus, is thinking of Belarus. Would we need also the working group? I think we need to continue this dialogue, and I'm looking forward to that.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary General. Monsieur Damien Cotier va poser la prochaine question au nom du groupe du ADLE. Damien.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Madame la Secrétaire Générale, il y a quelques mois, le Conseil de l'Europe a lancé une campagne qui a pu donner l'impression que notre organisation faisait la promotion du port du hijab. C'était maladroit et c'était regrettable pour les messages que porte habituellement notre organisation, puisque cela a pu susciter des malentendus. Vous avez annoncé, Madame la Secrétaire Générale, des mesures de réorganisation suite à cet incident. Où en est la mise en place de ces mesures que vous avez évoquées concrètement? Et par ailleurs, comment comptez-vous réorganiser ou modifier la communication de l'organisation pour éviter à l'avenir ce type de difficultés. Par ailleurs, il nous intéresserait d'en savoir un petit peu plus. Vous l'avez dit, nous ne sommes pas une organisation de sécurité, mais nous sommes tous préoccupés par ces tensions entre la Russie et l'Ukraine, et il nous intéresserait de savoir quelles mesures vous avez prises, quelles démarches vous avez faites ou quelles démarches vous planifiez de faire dans ce domaine-là pour favoriser le dialogue entre deux importants membres de notre organisation. Je vous remercie.
Merci, Monsieur Cotier. Madame la secrétaire générale.
Merci bien. En ce qui concerne votre première question sur le Twitter et la campagne qui a été liée, je peux seulement réitérer ce que j'ai déjà dit publiquement, qu'au moment où les tweets ont été portés à ma connaissance, j'ai immédiatement demandé qu'ils soient retirés. Et deuxièmement, j'ai très clairement dit que leur contenu ne reflétait pas ni le point de vue du Conseil de l'Europe, ni le mien. Donc c'est sur la substance de votre question. Maintenant, pour la procédure, donc c'était le premier pas immédiat. Après, il était clair qu'il fallait entamer une enquête interne, ce que j'ai fait à deux niveaux, pour établir ce qui s'est produit et quelles seront les conséquences à en tirer. Donc maintenant, et en parallèle, j'ai aussi demandé que nous révisons comment nous utilisons les réseaux sociaux, ce qui est en cours, et j'ai aussi demandé qu'on revoie la participation de certains NGO dans notre travail du Conseil de l'Europe, tout en admettant que nous croyons que cette organisation a beaucoup de bonheur de travailler avec les ONG. Et d'autre côté, nous n'avons pas un service d'intelligence, donc nous ne pouvons pas connaître tous les ONG dans ce sens. Mais tout de même, cet accident a démontré qu'il fallait certainement revoir un peu la procédure quand nous procédons au choix des ONG qui travaillent avec le Conseil de l'Europe. Et finalement, j'ai demandé à mon adjoint, Björn Berge, de suivre toutes ces enquêtes et donc à la fin d'arriver à un point où on va tirer les leçons, on va changer les choses et qu'on espère on n'arrivera jamais plus dans une situation où un accident comme ça se produit. Voilà, c'est sur les tweets. Votre deuxième question portait sur la situation en Ukraine. Bien sûr que nous sommes très concernés parce que je crois que tout le monde l'est. Il y a autour de l'Ukraine, il y a beaucoup de mouvements des troupes de l'autre côté de la frontière qui est la Russie. Mais dans ce sens, comme vous l'avez dit, et comme je l'ai dit plusieurs fois aujourd'hui, nous ne sommes pas inclus dans les aspects sécuritaires. Donc, ce que nous pouvons faire, c'est de suivre de tout près de ce qui se produit, de passer le message que les tensions ne portent rien de bien pour nos États membres. Tout au contraire, ils peuvent seulement donner l'environnement où le droit de l'homme, la démocratie et l'état de droit ne sera pas au niveau qu'on le souhaite. Donc, on fait l'appel à nos États membres d'aller vers le dialogue, d'aller vers diminuer les tensions et de pouvoir dialoguer. Mais le dialogue dans le sens, dans la substance de problème, en ce qui nous concerne, c'est dans le OSCE, le seul format qui a été reconnu, c'est celui de format de Normandie. Donc nous rappelons tous ceux qui doivent y participer de faire leur travail et de diminuer les tensions parce qu'on a vraiment, je crois que ça peut nuire la paix, enfin la paix, comme je l'ai dit dans mon discours, qui n'est pas, comment dire, absolue, mais qui est quand même, dans la plupart de l'Europe, on a joui des périodes assez paisibles, que ça s'apaise et qu'on trouve les réponses aux questions qu'on a dans un front plutôt diplomatique que celui militaire. Nous ne sommes non plus une organisation de défense, mais tout ce qu'on peut faire, c'est de demander à tous nos États membres qui sont concernés d'essayer, même quand c'est très difficile, d'aller vers le dialogue plutôt que vers les hausses de tension, parce qu'à la fin, on aura seulement beaucoup plus de problèmes.
Thank you very much, Madame Secretary. Merci beaucoup. Et j'ai oublié de dire que Damien Cotier aide la Suisse, mais ce n'est pas un grand secret, Damien. Alors, the last question on behalf of the political groups comes from Laura Castel from Spain, and she speaks on behalf of the group of the Unified European Left. Laura, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, and congratulations, by the way. Thank you, Madam Chair, on behalf of the UAL Group. As the European Charter for Regional or Minority Language states, teaching in minority languages is crucial. It fosters respect and tolerance towards ethnic and cultural diversity. A positive example is the Catalan linguistic model that has been followed by other states and praised by the Council of Europe. Nevertheless, Spanish courts are deciding on Catalan education and language. Recently, the Supreme Court has finally imposed 25% of Spanish mandatory in schools, based on a law not enforced. Based on a law not enforced. As you are aware, the Committee of Experts has warned that laws establishing mandatory percentage in Spanish violate the Charter. This is a hard blow for linguistic and minority rights. Madam Secretary General, the use of Catalan nowadays is a real linguistic emergency. For the sake of our cultural heritage, not only in Spain, also in Europe, what steps have you taken? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Laura. Madam Secretary General.
Well, our position on this topic is rule-based and grounded in our two major treaties related to our minority protection. One is Framework Convention on Protection of National Minorities, and the other is European Charter of Regional and Minority Languages. And as you mentioned, throughout Europe and throughout this difficult time of COVID, we have been witnessing extreme situation for minorities, and we are of a view that strengthening compliance with minority rights treaties is a priority. And in what concerns the importance of the two instruments for the Council of Europe, shows the fact that we have recently reformed the monitoring mechanism of the two in order to gain more efficiency. And I have recently also made a report on application of European Charter on regional and minority languages. And in that respect, I would like to mention that there are very positive examples of Germany and UK that have taken additional undertaking under the language charter, but also by the signature in 2021 by Portugal regarding this charter. So that shows that our member states show more and more commitment to these important treaties and to their implementation. Now, as regards specifically your question, I'm aware of the decision of the Spanish Supreme Court of December last year and the follow-up actions. I can only say that our committee of experts under the European Charter of Regional and Minority Languages, which adopted halfway reports on immediate actions to be taken by countries under review, including Spain in 2021, will look at this and other issues during the next monitoring cycle.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary General. We now must conclude the questions to the Secretary General because we have run out of time. That is a pity because we still have 17 people on our list. But time is time. The next issue will be on our agenda. May I thank you very much, Madam Secretary General, for answering the questions that were posed to you. And we are looking forward to see you next time here in our hemicycle. Thank you very much. Then, dear colleagues, the next item of business is the communication from the Committee of Ministers to the Assembly, presented by Mr. Benedetto Della Vedova, Under-Secretary of State of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Italy, which will be followed by questions to Mr. Della Vedova. I welcome the Italian Under-Secretary of State, Mr. Benedetto Della Vedova, here in our Assembly. And Mr. Della Vedova, great that you are here. Our Parliamentary Assembly is looking forward to continuing the excellent cooperation we have enjoyed already with the Committee of Ministers, also now under your Italian chairmanship. During our Standing Committee in Rome in last November, we had a very productive exchange of cooperation towards the implementation on the priorities of the Italian Presidency of the Committee of Ministers. And today's exchange gives us a new chance to continue that dialogue. We are eager to hear from you more about your quite ambitious agenda, and particularly on your stated goals on recommitting to our shared principles and values, fostering cooperation and dialogue, enhancing women's empowerment and the rights of children and adolescents, promoting your policies while fighting discrimination, and thirdly, building a people-centered future, making sure technology and science serve the people's need. Mr. Under-Secretary, we are very eager to listen to your statement, and you have promised that you will answer questions afterwards. So, you have the floor.
Signor Presidente dell'Assemblea parlamentare, signora Segretaria Generale, signore e signori membri del Parlamento, ambasciatrici e ambasciatori, signore e signori. Sono lieto di essere oggi qui di fronte a voi e di tenere vivo il tradizionale canale di dialogo tra la Presidenza del Comitato dei Ministri e l'Assemblea parlamentare. Desidero innanzitutto esprimere le mie più sincere congratulazioni e auguri di buon lavoro al neoeletto Presidente dell'Assemblea, Tini Cox, e confermare la nostra piena disponibilità a lavorare insieme verso i nostri obiettivi comuni. Esprimo al contempo un doveroso ringraziamento per il suo lavoro al Presidente uscente Rick Dems. Nel quadro del costante dialogo istituzionale con l'Assemblea parlamentare, che noi convintamente sosteniamo, desidero ricordare la partecipazione del Ministro degli Esteri Di Maio al Comitato Permanente dell'Assemblea a Roma lo scorso novembre. In questa sede intendo oggi ripercorrere le principali attività del Comitato dei Ministri dall'ultima sessione dell'Assemblea parlamentare a oggi e passare in rassegna i più importanti sviluppi connessi alle priorità fissate dalla Presidenza italiana. Ricordo in tal proposito che si è fatto circolare un dettagliato documento. Lasciatemi prima riaffermare il fermo convincimento che il Consiglio d'Europa sia parte fondamentale dello sforzo collettivo per fare fronte alle sfide globali. Esso rappresenta l'emblema continentale della tutela dei diritti umani e delle libertà fondamentali e l'espressione di una vocazione multilaterale nella quale l'Italia si riconosce pienamente. Anzi, ne è un avamposto. Il nostro continente vanta una tradizione consolidata in materia di tutela dei diritti, una avanzata maturità delle opinioni pubbliche, strumenti normativi e operativi che possono consentire di far fronte alle sfide più impegnative, come la pandemia in corso, senza venir meno a principi fondamentali di coesistenza, di rispetto dei diritti umani, di promozione della democrazia e dello Stato di diritto. Purtroppo gli arretramenti non mancano, eppure il Consiglio d'Europa è un progetto comune, voluto e affermato dai suoi Paesi membri. I suoi principi e valori li abbiamo costruiti insieme. Sono quindi gli stessi Stati membri a dover dare vigore a questo strumento, più necessario che mai a perseguire l'obiettivo indispensabile di un'area di dialogo e di convivenza, pur nella pluralità delle situazioni nazionali. Di fronte alle situazioni di conflitto e a crescenti tensioni in alcune parti del continente, le responsabilità del Consiglio d'Europa nel mantenere la pace sono ancora più forti. Pace nel suo senso più sostanziale di una vita collettiva orientata al rispetto della dignità della persona, nello Stato di diritto e nella democrazia, che sono le grandi conquiste della civiltà europea. Per questo, una delle priorità della Presidenza italiana è quella di promuovere un rinnovato impegno verso i principi e valori comuni, partendo da temi di interesse comune come la cultura, la strumentazione giuridica a disposizione dagli Stati per far fronte alla pandemia, la tutela dei diritti sociali, il dialogo interreligioso. Questo terreno d'intesa, questa volontà dialogante e inclusiva deve servire a consolidare, non a sottrarsi alle responsabilità comuni. Proprio per questo è fondamentale che le sentenze della Corte europea dei diritti dell'uomo siano eseguite, assicurando così l'efficienza del sistema di supervisione, che è una caratteristica specifica del Consiglio d'Europa. L'azione del Comitato dei Ministri del Consiglio d'Europa, nelle sue funzioni di organo responsabile della supervisione dell'esecuzione delle sentenze, rimane di cruciale rilevanza per la tenuta e la credibilità del sistema. E in questo contesto, come Presidenza del Comitato dei Ministri del Consiglio d'Europa, auspico una pronta soluzione dei casi aperti, tra cui quelli Kavala e Navalny, in linea con quanto deciso dalla Corte europea dei diritti dell'uomo. In questo ambito di responsabilità comune, un posto di rilievo è rivestito dalla tutela dei diritti delle donne e dei minori. L'Italia continua ad essere convinta che la Convenzione di Istanbul sia lo strumento più avanzato di contrasto alla violenza contro le donne e alla violenza domestica, e per questo con la sua Presidenza intende incoraggiare gli Stati che non lo abbiano ancora fatto a firmare e ratificare la Convenzione. In questo contesto, nella giornata internazionale per l'eliminazione della violenza contro le donne, il 25 novembre, il Ministro per le pari opportunità e la famiglia del governo italiano, Elena Bonetti, ha rilasciato una dichiarazione congiunta con la segretaria generale Buric per promuovere ulteriormente la Convenzione di Istanbul. La Presidenza italiana conferisce priorità al tema dell'empowerment femminile e in particolare alla conciliazione tra vita privata e professionale, aspetto di particolare attualità nel contesto della crisi sanitaria, a cui verrà dedicato uno specifico evento che si terrà in Italia. La lotta alla discriminazione delle persone LGBTI avrà un posto di rilievo. Ospiteremo in Italia una riunione dell'LGBTI Network e ci adopereremo per conferire alla tematica sempre più rilevanza nel contesto del programma di lavoro del Consiglio d'Europa contro le discriminazioni. Sui diritti dei bambini, proprio ieri l'Assemblea parlamentare ha dedicato un dibattito da cui sono emersi spunti di estremo interesse, nonché indicazioni in larga parte condivisibili sul futuro programma di lavoro del Consiglio d'Europa. Nel contesto della nostra Presidenza, il 18 novembre scorso, in occasione del End Child Sex Abuse Day, è stato organizzato un evento speciale sul tema specifico, Making the Circle of Trust Truly Safe for Children. Il Comitato dei Ministri ha inoltre adottato una raccomandazione sulle misure volte alla protezione dei bambini contro la radicalizzazione a scopo di terrorismo, mirata ad affrontare il problema della particolare vulnerabilità dei bambini a messaggi di associazioni e gruppi terroristici veicolati anche tramite i social media. Ricordo infine che la nuova strategia del Consiglio d'Europa sui diritti dei bambini verrà lanciata in uno specifico evento di alto livello a Roma il 7 e 8 aprile. Combattere le contraffazioni dei medicinali non è mai stato così importante come lo è oggi, non solo per proteggere la salute dei nostri cittadini, ma anche per ispirare fiducia nella lotta alla pandemia. Da qui l'importanza della Convenzione Medicrime del Consiglio d'Europa, che costituisce l'unico strumento internazionale con lo scopo di prevenire e combattere le minacce alla salute pubblica. Il 25 novembre scorso, in occasione del 10° anniversario della Convenzione, il Comitato dei Ministri ha invitato gli Stati interessati che non l'abbiano ancora fatto a ratificarla. Il programma della Presidenza italiana prevede uno specifico focus sulla risposta efficace dei sistemi socio-sanitari nazionali alla crisi pandemica, a cui sarà dedicato una specifica conferenza online. Anche la cooperazione culturale riceverà un rinnovato impulso con l'organizzazione di una riunione dei ministri della cultura, l'ultima in ambito del Consiglio d'Europa si era svolta nel 2013, il 1° aprile, che si propone di rivitalizzare gli strumenti esistenti e di individuare nuove iniziative di collaborazione in questo ambito. In tema di cooperazione nel settore sportivo, lo scorso mese il Comitato dei Ministri ha adottato una raccomandazione sulla Carta europea dello sport revisionata, che formula il principio del diritto allo sport. Il 6-7 dicembre il Dipartimento italiano dello sport ha coorganizzato una conferenza sulla correttezza dello sport a Roma per fare il punto sul lavoro sviluppato in 3 aree principali: preparazione di linee guida sulla correttezza sportiva, lotta alla manipolazione delle competizioni sportive, good governance nello sport. Il 20 gennaio 2022 si è inoltre tenuto un comitato dei ministri informale su diritti umani e sport. I dibattiti sulla governance del calcio e le politiche sportive in tempi di crisi, che si terranno in seno all'Assemblea parlamentare domani, saranno quindi oggetto di estrema attenzione. Un meeting di alto livello si è tenuto il 18 ottobre per commemorare il 60° anniversario dell'apertura alla firma a Torino della Carta Sociale. In quell'occasione il Comitato dei Ministri ha adottato una dichiarazione che ha riaffermato il ruolo eminente della Carta Sociale Europea nel garantire e promuovere i diritti sociali in Europa, ribadendo la sua determinazione per garantirne l'efficacia. Quale concreto seguito, il Comitato dei Ministri ha anche istituito un gruppo di lavoro sull'attuazione del sistema della Carta Sociale, con il compito di fare proposte e proporre soluzioni per la ministeriale di maggio, volte a migliorare l'attuazione dei principi della Carta e i relativi meccanismi di monitoraggio. Ci attendiamo che a maggio sia possibile arrivare a un'intesa per definire il campo di azione del Consiglio d'Europa su un tema centrale per il nostro futuro, quello dell'uso della intelligenza artificiale, non per limitarne lo sviluppo, ma per far sì che esso si declini in termini rispettosi dei diritti umani. Un mix di strumenti non vincolanti e vincolanti sembra la soluzione più appropriata e in linea con l'orientamento della membership. Auspico che in occasione della ministeriale di maggio possa essere annunciato l'avvio dei negoziati per la definizione di uno strumento normativo trasversale appropriato e che essi possano procedere speditamente. Il Consiglio d'Europa ha una dimensione regionale, ma possiede anche una capacità di affermarsi a livello globale, come testimoniato dalla Convenzione di Budapest sul cybercrime. Il 17 novembre il Comitato dei Ministri ha adottato un secondo protocollo aggiuntivo alla Convenzione che rafforza la cooperazione sul tema della raccolta e della divulgazione di prove elettroniche. L'apertura alla firma del protocollo avverrà sotto la Presidenza italiana. Non appena in vigore, questo strumento rappresenterà un valido aiuto per le nostre rispettive autorità nazionali nella lotta contro la complessa e dilagante piaga della criminalità informatica. Il 12 gennaio 2022 il Comitato dei Ministri ha fatto propria la dichiarazione di Venezia sulla giustizia riparativa in Europa, adottata dalla Conferenza dei Ministri della Giustizia del Consiglio d'Europa, organizzata a metà dicembre dalla Presidenza italiana. L'Italia ha voluto dare particolare rilievo alla giustizia riparativa, che costituisce una dimensione innovativa, complementare dell'approccio tradizionale alla giustizia penale, anche se non nuova per il Consiglio d'Europa, che ha già trattato tale problematica con riferimento alla giustizia a dimensione dei fanciulli, sotto presidenza georgiana. Le conclusioni dei ministri della giustizia di Venezia dello scorso dicembre rappresentano un passo in avanti cui il Consiglio d'Europa è chiamato adesso a conferire operatività. Speriamo vivamente che nel 2022 possano registrarsi progressi nella risoluzione del conflitto in Georgia e il ridursi delle tensioni e contrapposizioni in altre aree geografiche del Consiglio d'Europa, come l'Ucraina e la regione del Caucaso meridionale. Riguardo al conflitto in Georgia, il Comitato continua a seguire da vicino gli sviluppi sul terreno, grazie alle preziose informazioni fornite dalla Segreteria Generale nei suoi report riassuntivi biennali. Lo scorso novembre il Comitato ha preso visione e ha avuto una riflessione sul nuovo rapporto della Segreteria Generale sul rispetto dei diritti umani nelle zone di conflitto, con particolare riferimento alla popolazione civile e agli sfollati. Il principio del rispetto dell'integrità territoriale degli Stati e quello della risoluzione pacifica delle controversie devono rimanere nostri punti di riferimento e in questo contesto auspichiamo che il Consiglio d'Europa, pur non avendo tra i propri compiti istituzionali le questioni di sicurezza, come ha richiamato poco fa la Segretaria Generale, continui a proporsi quale forum di dialogo e di distensione. Il Consiglio d'Europa continua a fornire assistenza ai suoi Stati membri per sostenere i loro sforzi nell'attuare a livello nazionale gli standard del Consiglio in materia di diritti umani, democrazia e Stato di diritto. Lo scorso dicembre il Comitato dei Ministri ha adottato un nuovo piano d'azione per la Bosnia e Erzegovina per il periodo 2022-2025. L'assistenza viene assicurata anche a Paesi non membri del Consiglio d'Europa, come Marocco e Tunisia, con i quali il Consiglio ha relazioni strette e con i quali ha concluso accordi o firmato accordi di partenariato fino al 2025. I temi della cooperazione rafforzata con altre organizzazioni internazionali, dalla riforma della Neighborhood Policy e del contributo fornito dal Consiglio d'Europa allo sviluppo sostenibile e all'ordine internazionale, restano rilevanti e richiedono una nostra riflessione. Lo scorso novembre, mi avvio alla conclusione, signor Presidente, il Comitato dei Ministri ha adottato per consenso il Programme and Budget 2022-2025, presentato per la prima volta in una prospettiva strategica quadriennale, come concordato in occasione della ministeriale di Amburgo dello scorso maggio. Il ciclo di bilancio resta su base biennale e abbiamo concordato di attuare una mid-term review nel corso del 2023. Il Comitato dei Ministri ha adottato il bilancio sulla base di una crescita reale zero, che permette di recuperare il tasso di inflazione e mantenere un livello di risorse finanziarie adeguato. La decisione del Comitato dei Ministri sono state accompagnate dall'attuazione di riforme amministrative quali le nuove staff regulations e la definizione di approcci e metodologie di lavoro basate sui risultati. Results-Based Management Approach. Sono particolarmente lieto di questo risultato, niente affatto scontato alla vigilia. Aggiustamenti saranno possibili e anche benvenuti in corso d'opera, ma la direzione è tracciata. Occorre dare sicurezza e prospettiva all'organizzazione. Sono le indicazioni della segretaria generale Buric, a partire dallo Strategic Framework che abbiamo fatto nostre e che ci permettono di guardare con maggiore serenità al futuro materiale dell'organizzazione. Anche in questa prospettiva riteniamo essenziale continuare a lavorare insieme con l'Assemblea parlamentare, nel rispetto delle rispettive competenze e delle specifiche disposizioni statutarie. Ci impegneremo, quindi, affinché la comunicazione tra i due organi sia ulteriormente sviluppata e approfondita. Li esploreremo insieme, così come sarà utile cercare di sfruttare ogni possibile sinergia. E in conclusione davvero, signor Presidente, sono lieto di annunciare che la riunione dei ministri degli esteri del Consiglio d'Europa si terrà il 20 maggio a Torino. Grazie per l'attenzione.
Grazie mille, signore Della Vedova, for your communication from the Committee of Ministers to our Assembly. And our Assembly now will hear questions from 5 speakers on behalf of the political groups. Questions should be limited to 1 minute. Und die erste Frage kommt von Herrn Frank Schwabe, Deutschland, im Namen der Sozialisten, Demokraten und Grünen. Sie haben das Wort, Herr Schwabe.
Mr. President Cox, dear Minister, this Parliamentary Assembly have the honor to elect the judges in the European Courts for the Courts of Human Rights. So we feel a special kind of responsibility as well for this court. But at the end, it's the, let's say, the honor, but the obligation as well of the Committee of Ministers to guarantee the fulfillment of the judges, of the judgments of the court. Maybe this is the most important thing in this whole organization. And the question is, we have some examples, but we have the last example from Poland, where the Constitutional Court says that maybe judgments of this court here in Strasbourg are not in line with the Constitution in Poland, how you will act against these developments. And the second one is the judgment about Kavala. In the next days, we will see a decision about it. And at the end, I think the Italian Presidency has the most responsible position on this question, how you would like to guarantee that Turkey fulfills the judgment in the case of Kavala.
Dank u zeer, Herr Schwabe. Mr. Under-Secretary of State.
Grazie per questa domanda. Un punto chiaro sul tema che lei ha sollevato in generale riguardo all'attuazione delle sentenze e anche nel caso specifico che lei ha indicato, quello della Polonia. Con la loro adesione al Consiglio d'Europa, tutti gli Stati membri si impegnano a rispettare tutta una serie di obblighi, in particolare ad accettare lo Stato di diritto e a rispettare la Convenzione europea dei diritti dell'uomo. E il Comitato dei Ministri considera quindi che tali obblighi vengano rispettati. Le riforme che lei ha citato in Polonia destano preoccupazione in merito all'indipendenza della giustizia in questi paesi. E il tema che lei solleva, cioè della discussione da parte di alcuni Stati della non applicabilità delle sentenze della Corte europea dei diritti dell'uomo rispetto all'ordinamento nazionale, per quel che ci riguarda, e il tema verrà sollevato e approfondito in questa direzione, per quel che ci riguarda le sentenze della Corte europea dei diritti dell'uomo sono vincolanti per tutti i paesi che aderiscono al Consiglio d'Europa e non possono essere sollevate eccezioni né ci può essere il tentativo di escludere alcuni paesi dall'applicazione di queste sentenze. Per quel che riguarda il caso Kavala che lei ha sollevato, come ho detto nel mio discorso e come ho appena ripetuto, le sentenze della Corte europea dei diritti dell'uomo devono essere eseguite. E nello specifico, in seguito alla sentenza della Corte europea dell'11 maggio del 2020, secondo la quale la Turchia deve prendere tutte le misure necessarie per porre fine alla detenzione del ricorrente e per ottenere la sua liberazione immediata, il Comitato dei Ministri ha seguito da vicino la situazione del signor Kavala, ha esaminato il suo caso in ogni riunione sui diritti umani da quando la sentenza è diventata definitiva. Nel marzo del 2021 ha deciso di esaminare anche il suo caso in ogni riunione ordinaria fino al suo rilascio e questo è stato fatto. Tuttavia, sappiamo perfettamente che Kavala resta in galera, la sua detenzione è stata riesaminata l'ultima volta dal Tribunale nazionale il 17 gennaio e la prossima udienza è prevista per il 22 febbraio del 2022. Poiché il ricorrente non è stato rilasciato, nel corso dell'esame del caso, nella sua riunione sui diritti umani del 2 dicembre, il Comitato dei Ministri ha adottato una risoluzione provvisoria che notifica alla Turchia la sua intenzione, il 2 febbraio 2022, di deferire alla Corte, ai sensi dell'articolo 46, paragrafo 4 della Convenzione, la questione se la Turchia sia venuta meno al suo obbligo di rispettare le sentenze definitive della Corte. Voglio esprimere l'auspicio che le autorità turche si conformino presto, con spirito cooperativo, alle disposizioni della Corte europea dei diritti dell'uomo.
Thank you, Mr. Undersecretary. The next question comes from Mr. Emanuel Zingeris from Lithuania, and he asked a question on behalf of the EPP group. Emanuelis, you have the floor.
Thank you, dear Italian friends. Thank you for your broad perspective. And we see that Italian Presidency will focus on the three main items: recommitting to our shared principles and values, enhancing women empowerment, rights of children, and building a people-centered future. So, from my point of view, my question will be following to you. Having your colleague Siena, who now is the chairman of Monitoring Committee, will be good to know, who is a great politician, will be good to know your reaction to the new crisis, but not from your side, but from North side, migration crisis, artificially created by Lukashenko regime, and your reaction for that first. And we promised to create a Belarusian group inside of Parliamentary Assembly and inside of Committee of Ministers. And secondly, the pressure on Ukraine from a Russian side and the situation of memorial organization in Russia after closing down and other human rights organizations and political groups in Russia who are under repressions. Thank you so much for your goals.
Thank you very much, Emanuelis. Mr. Undersecretary.
Comincio dall'ultima parte della sua domanda riguardante i casi Navalny e Memorial. Come ho già citato nel mio intervento per quel che riguarda il caso Navalny e ribadendo il principio generale del fatto che riguarda l'obbligo a cui sono impegnati gli Stati del Consiglio d'Europa a dare esecuzione alle sentenze. Il Comitato dei Ministri ha esaminato, per quanto riguarda il caso Navalny, questo caso in ogni riunione sui diritti umani da quando il ricorrente è stato posto in stato di arresto al suo ritorno in Russia nel gennaio del 2021. Ha constatato che la sentenza pronunciata in un procedimento così fondamentalmente viziato va completamente contro le conclusioni e lo spirito della sentenza della Corte europea e ha invitato le autorità russe a liberare il signor Navalny. Il Comitato dei Ministri esaminerà prossimamente il caso nella sua riunione sui diritti umani del marzo del 2022 e in quella sede sarà presa in considerazione l'adozione di una risoluzione provvisoria se Navalny non verrà rilasciato entro tale data. Per quel che riguarda la vicenda della chiusura, della cancellazione di Memorial, l'Italia attribuisce grande importanza all'indipendenza della società civile, alla libertà di espressione e alle libertà dei media, che sono parte integrante dei nostri valori comuni. Senza libertà di associazione, libertà di espressione, libertà dei media non c'è un vero Stato di diritto e non può esserci una democrazia che serva i diritti umani e garantisca la libertà. I media e le organizzazioni della società civile contribuiscono in modo significativo alla costruzione di società democratiche e plurali. Esprimiamo quindi il nostro forte disappunto e contrarietà per le recenti decisioni dei tribunali russi relative alla ONG Memorial. La questione è stata recentemente oggetto di una discussione in Comitato dei Ministri ed oggetto anche di una dichiarazione ferma da parte della Segreteria Generale. Il caso è attualmente pendente davanti alla Corte e proprio nel quadro di questo procedimento il mese scorso la Corte europea ha deciso l'applicazione delle misure provvisorie previste dall'articolo 39 del regolamento della Corte, chiedendo la sospensione dei provvedimenti di scioglimento del Memorial International e del Memorial Human Rights Center. Le decisioni della Corte vanno rispettate. Il Comitato dei Ministri non può quindi che esprimere la sua aspettativa che la Russia rispetti i suoi obblighi ai sensi della Convenzione. Per quel che riguarda il tema dei flussi migratori, in parte già sono state anticipate alcune considerazioni. Quello dell'emergenza causata dai flussi migratori è un tema su cui l'Italia è da anni in prima linea, sottolineando la natura europea e comune del dossier che richiede meccanismi di solidarietà e condivisione degli oneri che conducano a marcate differenze in questo senso rispetto al sistema vigente. Ciò che emerge ancora una volta è l'importanza di costruire solide partnership con i paesi terzi, in particolar modo con quelli di origine, e questo è un compito che deve essere affrontato urgentemente a livello europeo. Questo è anche il senso delle conclusioni del Consiglio europeo di giugno. Rispetto al ruolo che può avere il Consiglio d'Europa, è importante sottolineare che l'organizzazione sta già operando con meccanismi e con gli strumenti che le sono propri, a partire dalla visita della commissaria per i diritti umani in Polonia pochi giorni fa. Eventuali ulteriori iniziative delle diverse articolazioni del Consiglio andranno valutate con attenzione, considerando la complessità del contesto e le iniziative già in atto in altri fori, ma sono d'accordo con lei che il tema della violazione dei basilari diritti umani in quel contesto di immigrazione strumentalizzata politicamente come in altri contesti è riguardando per di più spessissimo la vita di bambini, donne e bambini, credo che sia un tema che vada affrontato e di cui vada reiterata la denuncia di inaccettabilità.
Thank you, Mr. Della Vedova. Now we are going to listen to Mr. John Howell from the United Kingdom, who is going to ask you a question on behalf of his group of ECDA. John, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Mr. Undersecretary, you repeated what the Secretary General said about this not being a security organization. But can you tell me first how that contributes to the unity of purpose that is being called for by NATO? And secondly, could you say what objections you would have for this organization to link with the OSCE in providing a mediated service to the Ukraine and to Russia to help to protect the position of human rights?
Mr. Della Vedova.
It works? Yeah. Dunque, io ho ribadito quello che è, diciamo, in qualche modo il punto di partenza, cioè che il Consiglio d'Europa non è un'organizzazione che ha come obiettivo primario la sicurezza, nella convinzione che il dialogo per la pace, la democrazia e lo Stato di diritto siano uno dei principali, se non il principale strumento di medio-lungo periodo per raggiungere la pacificazione. Per quel che riguarda la questione ucraina, naturalmente, che sta molto a cuore a tutti noi, sta moltissimo a cuore ai paesi dell'Unione Europea e al mio paese. Ma per quel che riguarda la questione ucraina, il tema da lei sollevato di un raccordo con l'OSCE è un altro tema molto importante che riguarda la possibilità di mettere in campo, a partire dal Consiglio d'Europa o coinvolgendo il Consiglio d'Europa, anche in un network con le altre associazioni e gli altri fora multilaterali, ciascuno con competenze e ruoli diversi, ma convergenti nell'obiettivo di raggiungere, attraverso un dialogo, raggiungere e scongiurare una soluzione o una escalation militare. Il nostro obiettivo, con gli strumenti che abbiamo in questa sede, è quello del dialogo che possa portare a una de-escalation. Per quanto riguarda il coordinamento con l'OSCE, io la settimana prossima o quella di là, insomma, il 3 febbraio sarò a Vienna a rappresentare le nostre priorità anche a rappresentare le nostre priorità nella sede dell'OSCE. E quindi io credo che questo debba essere il ruolo specifico del Consiglio d'Europa, avendo ben presente e condividendo la preoccupazione su quanto sta accadendo in Ucraina.
Merci, Monsieur Della Vedova. Prochain orateur est Monsieur Julian Bulai de la Roumanie, au nom du groupe ADLE. Monsieur Bulai, vous avez la parole.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Dear Mr. Della Vedova, I was about to ask you about the decisions of the European Court of Human Rights, in which degree they're respected and what can we do more. I'm very happy that Mr. Zingaris has asked all these questions before me, but I've got some very short questions. What message can we send to Memorial from the Committee of Ministers beyond deception and disappointment? And the second one, and what can FACE do right now in order to be helpful there? And then what to do when states continuously refuse to execute the European Court of Human Rights decision? And what's the Committee of Ministers proposing in case of no compliance? Thank you, and looking forward to this answer.
Thank you for your question. Mr. Della Vedova.
Grazie. Sulla questione Memorial ripeto quello che ho detto prima, o posso ripetere quello che ho detto prima. Lei mi chiede quale messaggio possiamo mandare. Io stesso incontrerò domani o dopodomani a Roma gli esponenti dell'Associazione Memorial presenti in Italia. Il messaggio che noi possiamo dare è che il Consiglio d'Europa, il Comitato dei Ministri, ha a cuore la vicenda, non accetterà decisioni che siano contrarie ai valori fondamentali del Consiglio d'Europa, anche se prese, o a maggior ragione se prese da paesi che appartengono al Consiglio d'Europa, che hanno sottoscritto tutti i documenti, tutte le carte, tutti i trattati, tutte le convenzioni che sono alla base di questo. Naturalmente, come ho detto prima, dobbiamo attendere anche che si compia il ciclo dei procedimenti in Russia. Nel caso in cui vi fossero sentenze della Corte europea dei diritti dell'uomo, vi fossero condanne, nel Comitato dei Ministri non si potrà che provvedere a adottare le misure conseguenti. Abbiamo strumenti che richiedono tempo per la loro applicazione. Voi siete consapevoli che abbiamo una procedura congiunta che è stata attivata già dall'anno precedente, dal 2021. Quindi il messaggio che dobbiamo mandare è che nessuno si dimentica di loro e che qui si tutelano i diritti umani in generale e i diritti umani e delle associazioni che si occupano dei diritti umani in tutti i paesi del Consiglio d'Europa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Undersecretary. As Mr. Gomez Reino from Spain, who is the next on our list on behalf of the UEL group, is not able to connect, this concludes the questions from the side of the political groups, and we now will take more questions from our colleagues, and we group them in three. So I ask three colleagues to ask the question, and then I ask you, Mr. Undersecretary, to react. The first question comes from Mr. Mehmet Mehdi Eker from Turkey. Mr. Eker, you have the floor. And Mr. Eker, you should ask for the floor. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Dear President, dear colleagues, I would like to thank the rapporteur for her inclusive and incisive report. COVID-19 pandemic clearly showed us media plays a key role in the perception and management of crisis.
Sorry, Mr. Eker, sorry. We are now in the question time with the Committee of Ministers. You talk about the rapporteur and a report. Perhaps there is a mistake?
There is a mistake. Sorry.
And do you want to ask a question to the...
Misunderstood. Actually, I have a problem with the connection, and I couldn't exactly hear you. And I thank you very much. I mean, my...
Okay, then we will come back to you when you are asking the floor for the report. We now go...
I thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. No problem. We now... Prochain orateur, M. Bernard Fournier de la France et le membre du groupe PPE. M. Fournier.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Secrétaire d'État, dans le cadre de sa présidence du Comité des ministres, l'Italie a choisi de mener un travail important sur la justice et en particulier de mettre l'accent sur la fonction de la punition, considérée à la fois comme un moment de réhabilitation du délinquant et de réparation pour la victime. C'est un angle trop souvent délaissé. Vous avez organisé à Venise, les 13 et 14 décembre dernier, une conférence ministérielle sur le rôle de la justice restaurative en Europe. Pouvez-vous nous faire part des conclusions que vous tirez de cette conférence et des suites qui pourraient lui être données? Je vous remercie.
Merci, Bernard. The next question comes from Mr. Dara Kaleri from Ireland, and he's a member of the ALDE group. You have the floor, Mr. Kaleri.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I want to congratulate you on your election. We say in Gaelic, Gonairi Lat, may you rise, and may you have every success to your term, and to thank Rick Downes for his presidency during an extraordinary time in PACE's history. The Undersecretary spoke of the worldwide effect of the Council of Europe, and that it could be used to reduce tension and conflict in Europe. In an earlier response, he spoke of the need for dialogue to assist in de-escalating tensions in the Ukraine. And I'd like to ask him, has he a specific plan and a specific timescale in mind, given the escalation of the military buildup along the Ukrainian border that is ongoing as we meet? And has he specific plans to reach out to organizations such as the OSCE to assist? Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Kaleri. And now the third question comes from Madam Elvira Kovacs from Serbia. She's a member of the EPP group. Elvira?
Dear colleagues, one of the themes of the Italian presidency strongly accented was the protection of the cultural heritage as an outstanding tool for dialogue and social inclusion. Without any doubt, culture, landscape, and our common heritage are topics of utmost importance, but I would like to point out that although cultural heritage of minorities and their contribution is recognized within the Council of Europe and the European Union, such recognition falls short when it comes to the protection of the cultural heritage of autochthonous national and linguistic communities. Would the Italian presidency, as part of the planned awareness-raising activities, open the question of adequacy of the non-discrimination standards, recognition and protection that are proved to be inadequate to address important issues of autochthonous minorities, cultural heritage control, as well as the question of guaranteeing their effective participation in the development of and decision-making of their cultural heritage? Thank you.
Thank you, Elvira. Mr. Della Vedova, your reaction to the three questions, please.
Grazie Presidente. La prima domanda del deputato Fournier rispetto al tema della giustizia e della giustizia riparativa, che sta molto a cuore peraltro al nostro Paese, avendo noi una norma precisa della Costituzione che prevede che tutte le pene debbano puntare alla rieducazione e che quindi anche il carcere abbia quella funzione, cioè l'idea che la pena non sia fine a se stessa, ma che debba avere come finalità appunto quella della rieducazione e del reinserimento nella società delle persone che sono state condannate. Da questo punto di vista la conferenza dei ministri della giustizia su Crime and Criminal Justice, the role of restorative justice in Europe, che si è tenuta, come è stato ricordato, a Venezia il 13-14 dicembre, è stato il primo evento di alto livello della Presidenza, fortemente voluto dall'Italia, che avendo tra le sue priorità proprio quella di costruire un futuro incentrato sulle persone, ha inteso riaccendere l'attenzione sul tema della giustizia riparativa anche a livello internazionale e fissare insieme agli Stati membri i principi fondamentali della materia e le prossime linee di azione del Consiglio d'Europa. Proprio la raccomandazione del Comitato dei Ministri del Consiglio d'Europa del 2018, numero 8, sulla giustizia riparativa e i principi ivi contenuti, sono stati il punto di partenza del dibattito, che si è concluso con consenso unanime di tutte le delegazioni presenti nella cosiddetta Dichiarazione di Venezia, con cui si sono fissati gli auspici di un ulteriore sviluppo del tema nell'ambito del Consiglio d'Europa, in termini di applicazione estesa della giustizia riparativa tra Paesi membri, di studio ed analisi delle varie esperienze nazionali di sensibilizzazione e formazione degli operatori e, soprattutto, di definizione della giustizia riparativa come diritto e come cultura di una giustizia penale inclusiva ed idonea a migliorare il rapporto tra rei e vittime. Il Comitato dei Ministri del Consiglio d'Europa, alla 1421esima riunione il 12 gennaio scorso, ha adottato all'unanimità la decisione di dare il suo endorsement alla Dichiarazione di Venezia sul ruolo della giustizia riparativa nella giustizia penale e, su tale premessa, ha invitato tutti i soggetti interessati a tenere in considerazione e ad applicare i principi ivi stabiliti ed invitato il Consiglio d'Europa nelle sue articolazioni tecniche, in particolare il Comitato sulle questioni di diritto penale, a tener conto delle proposte avanzate dalla Conferenza nelle sue prossime attività. Quindi le riflessioni elaborate dalla Conferenza di Venezia e le conclusioni che sono state raggiunte sono ora un tema attuale sull'agenda del Consiglio d'Europa, che ne farà oggetto di approfondimento e sviluppo nei suoi consessi interstatali. Per quel che riguarda la domanda del deputato Caleri, di nuovo sulle tensioni in Europa e le tensioni in Ucraina, io capisco la richiesta di definire un calendario rispetto ad eventi che potrebbero o non potrebbero, optiamo per il non potrebbero naturalmente, avere sviluppi imprevisti. Ovviamente noi non abbiamo un calendario stringente, è stato richiamato prima il formato Normandia, in questi giorni ci sono negoziati a tutti i livelli, come sapete, che coinvolgono l'Unione Europea, che coinvolgono la Nato, che coinvolgono anche Stati Uniti in dialogo diretto o no con la Russia. Ripeto quello che ho detto prima, noi saremo prestissimo a Vienna il 3 febbraio all'OSCE per in qualche modo cercare di avere tra organizzazioni diverse, ma che si devono parlare perché hanno la finalità comune della sicurezza e della cooperazione per quanto riguarda l'OSCE, il rispetto dei diritti umani, lo Stato di diritto, la democrazia per quanto riguarda il Consiglio d'Europa. Io credo che quello sarà anche un modo per far convergere gli sforzi. Il nostro obiettivo è quello di mantenere aperto nelle difficoltà evidenti e senza essere reticenti, senza fingere di non vedere quello che sta succedendo, senza fingere di che non vi siano responsabilità individuabili, ma il nostro obiettivo è quello di mantenere aperta la via di un dialogo, di un confronto e di ottenere in ogni modo una de-escalation delle tensioni e una soluzione negoziale che non preveda l'uso delle armi. Per quanto riguarda il tema del patrimonio culturale delle comunità, della preservazione o restaurazione o protezione del patrimonio culturale in relazione alle minoranze, alle comunità autoctone di minoranze linguistiche e al tema della non discriminazione. Noi siamo perfettamente d'accordo su questo, cioè sulla possibilità che attraverso la protezione, il restauro, la valorizzazione del patrimonio culturale, anche, o in questo caso rispetto alla domanda, soprattutto del patrimonio culturale, artistico di minoranze autoctone, anche attraverso questo, attraverso la cultura e l'eredità storico-culturale e architettonica, si possono riaffermare i diritti umani, le libertà religiose. E l'Italia ha voluto promuovere la tenuta di una riunione a livello ministeriale per la capacità della cultura di favorire il dialogo e la comprensione reciproca. La cultura è un elemento centrale nella storia di ogni popolo e va intesa in un senso identitario ampio, come espressione di un carattere specifico, ma non in contrapposizione ad altri, bensì come elemento di una pluralità che arricchisce. La preservazione del patrimonio culturale è parte di questa spinta verso un futuro condiviso. Le minoranze nazionali possono sicuramente trarre beneficio da questa impostazione e io credo che nel caso di minoranze autoctone, etnico-religiose, credo che l'attenzione che si pone al patrimonio storico-artistico di queste minoranze sia anche un segno tangibile della volontà della comunità internazionale, in questo caso del Consiglio d'Europa, tutelando, attraverso la tutela del patrimonio artistico-culturale, tutelare le minoranze nelle loro libertà fondamentali, culturali e religiose.
Thank you. As we're running out of time, I can allow 3 more questions. Mr. Lloyd is not with us, so Mr. Gevorgian from Armenia, Madam Menseseva from Ukraine, and Mr. Yosseliani from Georgia are the 3 last to pose a question. First, I give the floor to Mr. Armen Gevorgian from Armenia. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much. Mr. Undersecretary, many experts note that the fact that the role and importance of our organization is declining. This is also because it acts more as an observer in crisis situation in its member states. It is more than a year and 3 months since the Armenian prisoners have not returned from Azerbaijan. It is not normal when the citizens of one member state illegally are held by another member state. Azerbaijan, which has violated the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Armenia, has not withdrawn its troops from Armenian territory. And President Ilham Aliyev continues to put new ultimatums and expresses new territorial claims in his public statements. This is behavior of the member state of the Council of Europe, a state that has the obligations towards the Council of Europe. So, Mr. Undersecretary, when our voters will see more efficiency and effectiveness of our organization to stop such an aggressive behavior of some member states? Thank you.
Thank you, Armen. And the next questions come from Madam Maria Mezenseva from Ukraine, and Maria is a member of the EPP group. You have the floor, Maria.
Dank u wel, dear President. I am very touched by the priorities of Italian presidency, and in Rome we have faced a very dedicated program point of fighting gender-based violence and helping victims across Europe to find the justice. And my question would be, what are the suggestions to fight specifically economic violence, which has exaggerated over the pandemic times? And what would be the suggestions and concrete steps on the Italian side? As a country which is going forward to the process of ratification Istanbul Convention, Ukraine is very much interested to cooperate in this very specific field. Grazie mille.
Thank you very much, Maria. And the last question, at least the last question to our Undersecretary of today, comes from Mr. Levan Yossariani from Georgia. You have the floor, sir. Mr. Yossariani, is he here in the hall 122? No. So then the last question will be, prochaine et dernière oratrice sera Nicole Duraton de la France. We are now stopping with the questions, and Mr. Undersecretary, you can have your last remarks with regard to the last questions posed to you.
Grazie, grazie Presidente. Ma mi lasci raccogliere uno spunto pessimistico, realistico del membro parlamentare dell'Armenia che è intervenuto su quanto questa organizzazione rischi di essere o sembri in declino. In realtà noi sappiamo che in questa fase storica in Europa e non solo il multilateralismo è stato messo in difficoltà, tutte le organizzazioni multilaterali. È altrettanto vero che in questa fase più recente c'è il tentativo, la consapevolezza, in particolare da parte della comunità dei paesi che si basano sulla democrazia e lo Stato di diritto, di rilanciare con forza gli strumenti del multilateralismo. Si parla di un multilateralismo efficace proprio per contrastare l'idea che il multilateralismo sia in crisi, perché se noi dovessimo rinunciare all'idea del multilateralismo come modalità di approccio per quanto riguarda la soluzione negoziale delle controversie o delle crisi, naturalmente non faremmo un passo avanti, faremmo tutti quanti un passo indietro, e quindi questo, e sono consapevole anche delle frustrazioni che possono esserci in molte regioni o della frustrazione dei paesi che hanno responsabilità e che non riescono a essere incisivi come vorrebbero nella soluzione delle controversie. Ma io credo che siamo qui anche per ribadire la nostra comune volontà di non rinunciare a utilizzare gli strumenti del dialogo, dello Stato di diritto, della giustizia e della giustizia internazionale. Per quel che riguarda più nello specifico la domanda, secondo il cessate il fuoco del 2020 e 2021, tutte le parti coinvolte sono chiamate ad operare per una duratura soluzione di pace del conflitto tra Armenia e Azerbaigian, e faccio quindi appello ad entrambe le parti affinché non intraprendano azioni che potrebbero peggiorare la situazione, conducendo addirittura ad ulteriori sofferenze per le popolazioni. La risoluzione del conflitto non è una responsabilità del Consiglio d'Europa, né figura tra gli obiettivi del suo mandato, bensì dei copresidenti del gruppo di Minsk e dell'OSCE, gruppo che ha tutto il mio sostegno. Sono sempre loro ad occuparsi anche del rilascio dei prigionieri, delle questioni umanitarie e dell'accesso. Il Consiglio d'Europa ha tuttavia un ruolo importante e la nostra organizzazione è pronta a contribuire ad alleviare le sofferenze causate dal conflitto e ad aiutare l'attuazione di misure che conducano alla pace, compresi i programmi di rafforzamento della fiducia. Dobbiamo fare in modo di assicurarci che tutte le parti rispettino gli standard dei valori comuni e dei diritti umani, compresi quelli previsti dalla Convenzione europea dei diritti dell'uomo. A tale riguardo sarete al corrente che esistono casi relativi al predetto conflitto ancora pendenti davanti alla Corte europea. Non ne discuterò in questa sede poiché è un argomento già regolarmente affrontato dalla Corte stessa. È tuttavia necessario ricordare che Armenia ed Azerbaigian, con la loro adesione all'organizzazione del 2001, si sono impegnate a cercare una soluzione di pace ed entrambi i paesi devono agire coerentemente con l'impegno preso. La seconda domanda era quella che riguardava le priorità, non vorrei, mi sono perso, no. La seconda domanda, quella sulla cultura, adesso la sono scritta ma mi sono perso, era quella delle priorità della Presidenza e il tema legato alla questione della condizione femminile e della Convenzione di Istanbul. Come ho detto nel mio intervento, per noi questo è essenziale. Come è stato richiamato, c'è un doppio tema che, come abbiamo visto da tutti i dati, anche in Italia, ma in generale, la pandemia ha aggravato due situazioni che già non erano felici. Da una parte quello della violenza domestica, perché nei periodi in particolare di confinamento le situazioni legate alle violenze, alle tensioni e spesso anche alle violenze domestiche sono in molti casi esplosi, i numeri sono aumentati. Il secondo elemento, che sicuramente ha riguardato l'Italia, di cui conosco i dati, ma certamente è una considerazione più generale, le donne sono state più penalizzate per quel che riguarda la contrazione dell'occupazione e sono quelle che meno rispondono in termini statistici positivamente alla ripresa di occupazione che c'è stata. Quindi per quel che ci riguarda questi sono entrambi temi molto importanti. Sul primo tema delle violenze domestiche noi non possiamo fare altro che usare al meglio lo strumento che abbiamo, che è la Convenzione di Istanbul, a promuovere la ratifica da parte dei paesi che non l'abbiano fatto, a cercare di convincere coloro che hanno scelto di chiamarsi fuori o che vogliono chiamarsi fuori a cambiare orientamento e coloro che l'hanno adottata a implementarla in tutte le sue parti. Per quel che riguarda il secondo aspetto, quello occupazionale, nell'ambito di una ripresa in vista di una revisione della Carta sociale, sicuramente il tema dell'empowerment femminile in generale, dell'occupabilità femminile in termini di quantità e di qualità dell'occupazione femminile è un tema che in questa revisione, dovrà rientrare. In conclusione, se ho ancora 2 secondi, signor Presidente, oltre a ribadire gli auguri per la sua presidenza assunta ieri e augurando a lei e a tutti i membri dell'Assemblea parlamentare un buon 2022 proficuo di attività, voglio anche esprimere il mio personale apprezzamento per la nomina dell'onorevole Piero Fassino alla presidenza della Commissione di monitoraggio. È un ruolo importante per tutti noi. Piero Fassino è il Presidente della Commissione Affari Esteri al Parlamento italiano e quindi in qualche modo è il mio controllore, quindi mi fa molto piacere che, essendo un vostro collega, sia stato nominato in questo prestigioso incarico. Grazie, signor Presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. Della Vedova. Yes, there are important posts in governments, there are important posts in the Committee of Ministers, and there are important posts in this Assembly. Mayor, thank you very much for your communication on behalf of the Committee of Ministers and for answering so many questions of our colleagues of the Parliamentary Assembly. May I wish you well in the rest of your most important presidency of the Committee of Ministers. You still have a lot of months to go and a lot of things to do. Once again, Mr. Undersecretary, thanks a lot for being here with us. Also, thanks a lot to the Secretary General to be here with us. We are the three organs, the Committee of Ministers, the Assembly, and the Secretary General. This was a most useful exchange of thoughts. Thank you very much. Before we go to the next item, I remind members that the ballot for the election of a Vice President of the Assembly in respect of the Russian Federation is still open until 6 o'clock. I invite those who have not yet voted to do so. And as said, the vote will close at 6 p.m.
We have a point of order by Mr. Kislyak.
Yeah. I now hear that we have a point of order by our colleague, Mr. Sergei Kislyak from the Russian Federation. Sergei, you have the floor.
Спасибо, председатель. Поскольку первый раз выступаю в вашем присутствии, хотел поздравить вас с избранием, пожелать успеха, в котором, наверное, заинтересованы мы все, работающие в организации. Господин председатель, в связи с тем, что вы говорили только что о продолжении и завершении в ближайшее время голосования по поводу кандидата в вице-председателя ПАСЕ, я хотел сказать, что наша делегация, включая меня самого тоже, испытывает постоянные трудности в том, чтобы проголосовать. Уже в течение 2 часов наши специалисты, технические и обеспечивающие нашу работу, находятся в контакте с сотрудниками ПАСЕ. И, к сожалению, мы получаем заверение, что нам направляются необходимые уведомления и СМС-ки. Ничего из этого не проходит. Во-первых, мы удивлены, что наша делегация не вся может проголосовать. Кто-то успел, а кто-то, кто не сделал это сразу, сделать это не может. И во-вторых, у меня возникает вопрос, а не существует ли эта ситуация в более широком формате, когда люди, которые сидят на удаленном участии, не смогут принять голосование. Я бы просил вас, господин председатель, помочь нам обеспечить своевременную и нормальную работу механизмов, обеспечивающих голосование. Большое спасибо.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Kislyak. I do deplore that there are problems with the electronic voting system. We are aware of it. People are working hard here to overcome that problem. But I think your complaint has to be met, and therefore I announce that the vote will stay open longer until 6:30. I hope that our people will be able to solve the problems that you quite rightly mentioned, but we now allow our members to have more time to vote until 6:30, and I promise you that I will investigate what the real problems are and how we are going to continue in the rest of the week. So the voting for the Vice President on behalf of the Russian Federation voting time will be prolonged to 6:30. Then, colleagues, we come to the next item of business of this sitting, and that is the debate on the report titled The Role of Media in Times of Crisis, as you find them in document 15437. It will be presented by Madam Annika Engblom on behalf of the Committee of Culture, Science, Education and Media. I welcome you very much, and I congratulate you on your election also as the chair of the committee. A lot of work to do, Madam Engblom. In order, dear colleagues, to finish in time at 7:30, I will interrupt the list of speakers at about 6:55 to allow time for the replies to the vote. Our rapporteur will have 7 minutes to present the report, and then we'll have a further 3 minutes at the end of the debate to reply. Now I give the floor to Madam Annika Engblom.
Thank you, Mr. President, and let me first of all thank you and congratulate you back on your election. And Mr. President and dear colleagues, I am glad for the opportunity to present the main ideas of the report, the role of the media in times of crisis. I worked on it with great interest and enthusiasm, and it is quite understandable, as for 2 years now, during the health crisis related to COVID-19, we have seen the vital role the media plays in our day-by-day life. In these exceptional circumstances, so many media outlets have played their role in a highly professional and responsible manner by providing citizens with accurate, comprehensive, and high-quality information. In times of crisis, information provided by the media is vital, as inaccurate or false information may have devastating impact on people's health and life and the functioning of the society as a whole. Sometimes, dear colleagues, we tend to forget about the essential role that the media play in our normal daily life, and even more so in times of crisis. Let me mention just a few crucial functions of the media that are so indispensable in tense situations and therefore must be protected. The media are the driving force of a critical analysis of the causes of a crisis. Their professionalism is one of the preconditions for public constructive debate and how to deal with it. A debate that must involve both politicians and various groups in society. The media help to stimulate discussion on the right measures to counter the causes and the adverse effects of a crisis and how to overcome it. Moreover, they facilitate citizen participation in discussions on the long-term changes that are needed to increase society's resilience to crises of the same type or prevent them more effectively. The media help to reinforce the legitimacy of the decisions taken by the political leaders and to improve the understanding both of the content and the reasons for them. They also play a key part as links between decision makers and the public. Moreover, the media also can take on an educational role. They must be capable of analyzing and explaining the new obligations being imposed to tackle a crisis and the behavior which the authorities expect of the public. The media should play a crucial role in facilitating dialogue and multicultural understanding and in preventing and or minimizing oppression and conflict. However, when a crisis threatens dominant understandings and individual freedoms, such as the present pandemic, debates tend to polarize and fragment the community itself, which is reflected in online and broadcast content. It is clear that the risk of misinformation, polarization, and populism online increases in times of crisis. The requirement for professionalism and thoroughness in checking information disseminated is all the greater in tense situations. Therefore, Mr. President, the media should be aware of the heightened responsibility that they must assume to the full, including in terms of effectively countering conspiracy theories and inflammatory discourses. Regarding social media in particular, given the risk of false news or unchecked information being disseminated on the platforms, the operators should redouble their efforts to counter this trend by developing fact-checking tools and promoting reliable and accurate news sources. And while speaking on responsibility, I would like to point out the specific role of public service media. This role must be recognized, enhanced, and safeguarded. Public service must remain independent and serve the public, because they have a specific remit to fulfill as a factor for social cohesion and integration of all individuals, and as a broad platform for pluralistic public debate. In the particular context of crisis, public service media should encourage citizens to develop critical thinking and the capacity to compare various sources of information. Dear colleagues, collaboration between public authorities and the media is one of the key ways of dealing with and overcoming a crisis. This willingness to cooperate should be given effect despite the critical stance of some sections of the press towards the action of governments. The media should be able to actively play their role, not as a channel to communicate to publics or allow public opinion formation, but also channel for expert knowledge to be transferred to institutions. To conclude, I believe our Assembly must call on Member States to recognize and secure the role of media as a crucial actor in the management of crisis. Our Member States must ensure the conditions for a strong, pluralistic and independent media ecosystem that can support coherent, deliberative processes. Measures to enhance the role of the media during crisis should involve institutions, services, experts, and civil society in order to make community, institutional, and research processes visible and trustworthy, not the least. Maintaining a resilient and adaptable ecosystem is the best way to confront crisis in democracy. Dear colleagues, I'm confident that you will support the report, and I trust you to advocate in your respective parliaments the implementations of the measures that are proposed in this draft resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Engblom, for the presentation of this report on behalf of the Committee on Culture, Science, Education and Media. We now will start the debate, starting with the 5 speakers on behalf of the political groups. And the first on my list, on behalf of the Group of Unified European Leftists, Mr. Georgios Katrougalos from Greece. George, you have the floor.
Thomas Jefferson, been here in France, has said famously in 1878 that if he had to choose, he would prefer to have newspapers without government than the other way. This is true. Press is precious for our democracies, but that under 2 conditions. First of all, independence from the government. Second, to reflect reality. We cannot have true freedom of expression and of opinion if factual information is not guaranteed. And this was true at the time of Jefferson, but in nowadays we have additional dangers. First of all, we have the rise of private control over media. Not just the traditional oligopolies or monopolies over newspapers and TV channels, but especially electronic platforms like Twitter or Facebook represent a new danger for freedom of expression and of opinion. As the rapporteur have said, they have become theaters of fake news and conspiracy theories. But that does not justify the absolute control that the owners of these media have over the users of their platforms. Maybe all of us have rejoiced when Twitter has banished Trump's account, but we cannot let private companies to control freedom of expression without respecting the European Convention of Human Rights or national constitutions. I think that our Assembly should see how we could impose real public regulation on these firms. But this does not mean that traditional dangers stemming from the governments are not present in our days. For instance, in my country, all parties of the opposition have demanded a parliamentary inquiry on the use of public money, which under the pretext of informing the public have tried to reinforce the control of the government over media. Greece has lost 5 places in the Freedom of Press Index that the Reporters Without Frontiers are establishing. And unfortunately, this does not stop at the use of public money. We had the persecution of 2 investigating journalists as the latest episode of this effort of controlling the media. Journalists that were investigating a global scandal, the Novartis scandal, whereas in other countries are the perpetrators of the scandal which are persecuted. In Greece, it's the reverse. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Katrougalos. The next speaker on our list is Mr. Stefan Siena from Austria, and he's a member of the group of the Socialists, Democrats and Greens. Stefan, you have the floor.
Danke sehr, Herr Präsident. Zuerst möchte ich Sie von Herzen beglückwünschen zu Ihrer Wahl. Es ist eine wirklich große Freude, Sie in dieser Position zu sehen. Ich möchte aber auch Annika Engblom als Berichterstatter im Namen meiner Fraktion zu diesem Bericht herzlich beglückwünschen. Es ist ein ausgezeichneter Bericht, ein sehr wertvoller Bericht. Und ich möchte einige Punkte herausheben, die in Ihrem Bericht vorkommen, die besonders wichtig sind zu unterstreichen. Zum einen, unsere Berichterstatterin legt einmal klar, welche besondere Bedeutung Medien in Zeiten von Krisen haben. Nämlich zum Dialog, zur Verständigung, in einer gespaltenen Gesellschaft, zur Brückenbildung. Das ist alles wichtig. Bedauerlicherweise wurde gerade in der pandemischen Krise, wurden die Medien selbst, die Journalisten und Journalistinnen selbst Ziel von Angriffen. Und das ist extrem bedauerlich. Und hier muss jeder Staat Vorkehrungen treffen, dass das nicht passiert, dass zum Beispiel in Deutschland eine Reporterin des öffentlich-rechtlichen Rundfunks auf der Straße angegriffen wird und so weiter und so fort. Wichtig ist, dass die Medien frei und unabhängig und professionell sind. Und in diesem Sinne, Frau Berichterstatterin, danke ich, dass Sie hier ein ganz klares Wort in Richtung Entschuldigung, der Medien gesprochen haben, die öffentlich-rechtlich sind. Ich denke, das ist ganz wichtig. Allerdings in Krisenzeiten kursieren Falschinformationen, ein Informationschaos. Und hier könnte und sollte die Rolle öffentlich-rechtlicher Medien stabilisierend wirken. Und vor allem in Zeiten, wo Parlamente und Regierungen bürgerliche Grundrechte und Menschenrechte einschränken zur Pandemiebekämpfung, ist es ganz wichtig, dass es auf der anderen Seite Medien gibt, die hier recherchieren, die aufklären, die hinterfragen und die darstellen. Die Berichterstatterin unterstreicht auch die Problematik sozialer Medienplattformen. Und ich nenne hier Telegram zum Beispiel. Das geht nicht. Man kann sich nicht auf Medienplattformen zur Menschenhetze, zur Politiker- und Politikerinnenhetze, sogar bis zur Tötung verabreden und niemand trägt dafür die Verantwortung. Was wir brauchen, ist eben ein starkes, pluralistisches, ein unabhängiges, und jetzt nehme ich ein Wort von Ihnen, Frau Berichterstatterin, Medienökosystem, ein neues Wort, Und die Bedeutung des investigativen und Wissenschaftsjournalismus, das sollen unsere Mitgliedstaaten in ihren Ländern fördern. Und das ist hier ganz besonders wichtig. Gratuliere für diesen Bericht.
Danke sehr, lieber Stefan. Prochaine oratrice est Madame Marie-Christine Dalloz de la France. Elle parle au nom du groupe PPE. Marie-Christine, vous avez la parole.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et mes sincères félicitations pour votre élection. Monsieur le Président, Madame la rapporteure, chère Madame Blom, mes chers collègues, le rôle traditionnel des médias consiste à diffuser des informations et à transmettre des savoirs auprès du grand public. Il constitue un rouage essentiel des processus démocratiques, car en faisant le relais des points de vue différents avec lesquels les faits sont examinés et en les expliquant, ils permettent aux citoyens de mieux appréhender les enjeux et favoriser l'adhésion aux décisions prises par les autorités. Ces dernières années, les technologies numériques ont profondément modifié le secteur des médias. Les citoyens ne sont plus seulement des consommateurs, ils sont également des acteurs. Ils produisent eux-mêmes des contenus sur les réseaux sociaux. Ces contenus ne font pas l'objet de vérification et sont souvent très subjectifs. Leur diffusion peut entraîner une désinformation croissante. Les algorithmes qui gèrent les plateformes numériques amplifient les choix des utilisateurs. Ces derniers ne se voient proposer que des contenus qui reflètent leurs propres opinions, qui les confortent dans leurs opinions. Cette pratique éloigne toute mise en perspective, empêche les échanges et aboutit à une polarisation de la société. Elle constitue une menace pour la démocratie. Dans ce contexte difficile, tendu, le rôle des médias est particulièrement important, notamment en temps de crise. Vous avez dit, Madame la rapporteure, tout à l'heure, le rôle est vital. Ils doivent bien sûr continuer de remplir leur rôle de transmission de l'information, surtout lorsque surgissent des crises qui allient l'urgence et la gravité, comme les guerres, le terrorisme ou les pandémies. Dans de telles circonstances, l'information diffusée doit impérativement avoir été vérifiée par des journalistes professionnels capables de faire preuve de rigueur et d'éthique. Le professionnalisme journalistique doit être encouragé si l'on veut pouvoir combattre les campagnes de désinformation qui se multiplient. Les médias doivent aussi favoriser la compréhension et la mise en contexte des situations de crise. Cela nécessite une capacité de vulgarisation, notamment en matière scientifique. Les crises engendrent souvent un sentiment de peur qui tend à fragiliser le socle sur lequel reposent des démocraties. Pour rassembler la population, réduire les fractures, il faut susciter l'adhésion des citoyens vis-à-vis des mesures prises par les autorités pour remédier à la crise. Le but est d'amener les citoyens à faire des choix qui soutiennent la société tout en respectant le principe de la liberté individuelle. Le rôle des médias est à cet égard important, très important, car en permettant la circulation de discours cohérents, ils associent les citoyens à l'analyse de la crise en favorisant les processus délibératifs. Le groupe PPE votera bien sûr pour la résolution soumise à notre approbation et je vous remercie de ce travail.
Thank you. Now the floor is for Ms. Nigar Arpadaray for Conservative Group. Thank you. Nigar Hanım, yes, online.
Dear colleagues, let me express few reservations in respect of both the language and the spirit of the resolution. To start with, there are a number of calls that deserve full support, such as more education for journalists and more oversight over social media owners and large businesses' behavior. However, a number of statements, or lack of thereof, cause serious concerns. The first and the most fundamental of them is that this resolution basically forgets about the core principle that lays in foundation of what we are supposed to do here in the Council of Europe. freedom of speech is simply neither directly stated nor implied in the resolution. Instead, a number of worrying concepts are introduced, such as information disorder, which to me sounds as an euphemism for a need for censorship. If information disorder is a bad thing as per the resolution, then I assume that information order is good. What would it mean, and who is to decide what this order consists of? The concept of fact-checking may sound attractive on the surface, but like an iceberg, it contains a huge underwater potential for abuse and manipulations, both by governments and corporations. The resolution is designed in a way that justifies increasing role of governments in handling media and using it as propaganda tools, not as accountability and self-restraint mechanism. And the argument that crisis justifies this is not working with me. In the summary of the report, it is stated that media's function is to explain the behavior which the authorities expect from citizens. There is a reflecting statement in the resolution text which says about collaboration between public authorities and media. It does not state anywhere that in free societies, media's function is to scrutinize the actions and decisions of government in the interest of citizens. Even more so in times of crisis when governments have extraordinary powers. Usage of media by governments to promote its goals and methods is an acceptable practice. By it should take place within the frames of a much more important principle of accountability of governments to people, including via media. Freedom of speech has unavoidable side effects in form which you may call information disorder, and for the sake of fairness, I personally often refer to social media space as swamp full of lies, but I think we name the enemy wrong here. Our goal here is accountability of the rich and powerful, and more education and knowledge sharing, which by default means more access to information for citizens. Fight with the so-called information disorder is a very foggy territory in which we can easily step over into territory of censorship and limitation to freedom of speech. One more statement which I found confusing is the statement on discouraging nationalistic frames in the media. If an independent media decides to promote national agenda without breaking national or European laws, why do we need to discourage it? Also, the term nationalistic frame seems confusing and unclear. I fully understand the dangers and challenges of the media world in the modern context of global uncertainty, both economically and politically. The risks
Nigar
are
Hanım,
real,
please
and
conclude.
European common space is not an easy place to handle, but we here in Council of Europe have a clear mission defending and promoting human rights. Let's not forget it. Thank you.
Thank you. Now the floor is for Ms. Kravchuk from Ukraine on behalf of ALDE Group.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, I'd like to greet the rapporteur on a great work and very acute topic in this day, and I was waiting for the debates to conduct. So polarization and COVID infodemic are the most commonly used words to describe all this media situation in recent 2 years. And the rapporteur correctly mentioned that one of the top priorities is fighting the disinformation. As the EU shown by issuing in mid-2020 the joint communication by the Commission and the High Representative tackling COVID-19 disinformation, getting the facts right. I fully agree with the rapporteur regarding the big role of the public broadcasters in fighting misinformation, polarization, populism online. The state should give an effective support to their public broadcasting system to ensure the independence of its editorial policy. In times of crisis, when the access to accurate information can be even the security issue, the manipulations with mass media for business or political reasons from private owners or even from the countries in hybrid manners should not be tolerated. Social media is an effective tool for developing, for monitoring and engaging public discourse during the crisis process, and also a tool for raising public informational responsibility as a contributor. In this regard, we need to find a balance between the social media freedom and access to adequate information in the traditional media, as it is required by the standards of the Council of Europe. Now it is more crucial both to foster developing fact-checking tools for the online media and social platforms and give due attention to the issue of media literacy at the state level. Each person as a part of society today is facing the need to develop the skills to analyze information and search for reliable sources. The state should take the most active role in helping society to succeed in it. The restriction in public's access to information in the times of crisis is unacceptable. The member states should not introduce any restrictions on media freedom beyond the limitations allowed by Article 10 of the European Convention on Human Rights, for example, for national security. In the positive way of thinking, the media could play a crucial role in facilitating dialogue and multicultural understanding and in preventing or minimizing oppression and conflict. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we move to individual speakers. Although you have 3 minutes, I wish you can save time for the next speakers. Now the first floor is for Mr. Yunus Emre. Yes, online. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I would like to thank Madam Rapporteur for this timely and very important report. We discussed many times in the Parliamentary Assembly how important the media is for democratic functioning. However, the COVID conditions we are going through, the climate crisis and the conflicts in international politics shows us that the media is much more important under such crisis conditions. This importance stems from the fact that the elimination of the crisis depends on the proper understanding of the root causes of the crisis. Besides, as stated in the draft resolution, we live in a multi-crisis environment, such as health crisis, environmental crisis, terrorism, social violence, and armed conflicts. Considering the current developments, we can say that both the number of these multiple crises will increase, and these crises will deepen in the upcoming years. The information that people attain during the formal educational processes is not relevant for the requirements of this crisis environment. For this reason, it's necessary to see that the media has primarily an educational function in terms of informing the public accurately for the times of crisis. In addition, in the new media environment, online content is now much more prominent. For this reason, social media posts or internet news make it more problematic for the public to access the right information in the face of crisis. Disinformation carried out for political purposes is among the most important problems of our democracies. Naturally, we politicians have a great responsibility in this field. Those in power can use any means to distort the truth in order to maintain their power. Although they think they have won in the short term, they are doing great harm to the democratic process in the long term. The report rightly states that the media functions as a channel for the transfer of expert information to institutions. Good journalism does not require being an expert on the subject. Finding experts and helping them to inform the public accurately is good journalism. Being able to ask the right questions to the right people is good journalism. For this reason, it's necessary to remember that journalists do not need to be experts on the issues mentioned, especially in the times of crisis and crisis issues. But experts are intermediaries to inform the public correctly. The Council of Europe plays a critical role in the development and consolidation of democracy in our continent. The preceding decisions and recommendations highlighted in the paragraph 13.1 of the report are crucial. In this context, I strongly agree with the call to harmonize the legislation and practices of the member states with these decisions and recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I give the floor to Mr. Reis from France. Monsieur Reis from France. He's online, I think.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Madame la rapporteure, chers collègues, comme vient de le mentionner ma collègue Marie-Christine Dalloz, les médias remplissent des fonctions de diffusion d'informations et de transmission des connaissances. En recueillant, partageant et expliquant des points de vue différents avec lesquels des faits sont examinés, permettent au grand public de comprendre les enjeux de nos sociétés, notamment en temps de crise. Leur contribution au processus démocratique est donc essentielle. L'émergence du numérique a profondément modifié l'écosystème médiatique. Les citoyens ne se contentent plus de consulter les médias, ils prennent désormais une part active dans l'animation des nouveaux réseaux tels que Twitter ou YouTube. La circulation de contenus non vérifiés et souvent donc subjectifs génère malheureusement une désinformation croissante. La dynamique algorithmique qui caractérise ces plateformes numériques a tendance à enfermer le citoyen dans une bulle de contenu qui reflète ses propres opinions et éloigne toute mise en perspective. On peut donc considérer que cela constitue une menace pour la démocratie. Dans ce contexte nouveau, le rôle des médias en temps de crise s'avère crucial et complexe. Et en tout premier lieu, ils doivent continuer à assurer leur mission de transmission de l'information, surtout lorsque l'urgence se combine à la gravité, comme cela est en temps de tensions internationales ou d'attaques terroristes ou encore de crise sanitaire comme nous la connaissons actuellement. L'éthique des journalistes doit être encouragée afin de garantir que l'information diffusée a été préalablement et correctement vérifiée. Cette mission traditionnelle du journalisme revêt une importance croissante face au développement des campagnes de désinformation. Il doit donc apporter des éléments de compréhension et de mise en contexte. La vulgarisation joue à ce stade un rôle important car aux yeux du grand public, les crises surgissent toujours de manière inattendue et font planer des menaces difficiles à cerner et encore plus à comprendre. Madame la rapporteure, comme vous, je pense nécessaire d'améliorer la transmission d'informations avec davantage de rigueur scientifique. En générant un sentiment de peur, les crises déstabilisent le contrat social, socle de nos démocraties. Pour susciter l'adhésion des citoyens aux mesures prises par les institutions en temps de crise, il est nécessaire de permettre la circulation de discours cohérents, d'associer les citoyens à l'analyse de la crise en favorisant les processus délibératifs. Les médias de service public devraient garantir ces impératifs car, contrairement aux médias privés parfois instrumentalisés par leurs actionnaires, ils fournissent des informations qui vont dans le sens de l'intérêt général. Ils permettent d'amener les citoyens à faire des choix qui soutiennent la société tout en respectant le principe de la liberté individuelle. Je voterai évidemment en faveur de cette résolution. Merci.
Thank you, sir. Now the floor is for Ms. Bartos from Hungary, online, I think.
Mr. President, thank you for the floor. In my opinion, the report raises and analyzes a very important issue. Congratulations for the rapporteur. The media have a key role to play in managing the crisis well and effectively, as it can reach members of society with great success. In times of crisis, people's hunger for information also increases. With the acquired knowledge, they want to remedy their fears and insecurities. And since the mediators of information are in most cases the media, it does not matter how they play this role. That is why I consider the report to be very important and up to date. The rapporteur mentions many important aspects and tasks. I will only highlight a few of them. The report underlined the role of media in developing society's resilience to crisis. I also consider this very important. In this context, it can also be mentioned that the media has a significant educational role. This is also why the training and preparedness of journalists is important. The report mentions, and we also support of training of science journalism. This helps them to distinguish between opinions and authentic information. This is particularly important in the crisis situation where trust is playing a more important role in providing information than usual. The media acts as a bridge between different actors in society, between people and authorities, decision makers, between individual needs and social needs, between man and man, and it helps to overcome isolation. The media have to reinforce the legitimacy of the decision taken by political leaders and improve understanding both of their content and of the reasons for them. This is a very useful activity in times of crisis. As you can see, I much very agree, and the Hungarian delegation agrees with the content of the report. However, in our view, the wording contains a great deal of inaccuracy and a number of contradictions. And some other points reflect an ideological approach that, in our view, should not be part of independent report. I'm thinking, for example, of point 20. We consider this to be a highly biased position that goes beyond objectivity, which we cannot accept. Overall, the report addresses important issues and contains findings that need to be supported. Further clarification of the report is proposed in order to clarify the wording and to promote a greater degree of objectivity. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you. Now the floor is for Ms. Spataru from Romania, online. Ms. Spataru, please ask the floor. Please request the floor, Ms. Spataru. Not? Okay, then we move to next speaker, Mr. Brenner from Hungary. Online.
Dankeschön, Herr Präsident. Ich meine, dass dieser Bericht, dem ich auch mich anschließe, meinen Vorrednern, nur der Rapporteurin gratulieren kann, ist ein sehr wichtiger Schritt, weil in Krisenzeiten wie heute die Rolle der Medien eine ganz besondere ist. Ich meine, dass dadurch bedingt allerdings auch den Mitarbeiterinnen und Mitarbeitern der Medien eine besondere Verantwortung zuteil geworden ist. Deswegen wäre es sehr, sehr wichtig, dass eine objektive und wissenschaftlich fundierte Meinung von den Medien vertreten werden. Wie auch bei meinen Vorrednerinnen und Vorrednern schon erwähnt wurde, sind die sozialen Medien in diesen Krisenzeiten sowohl ein Vorteil als auch ein Nachteil, da ja dadurch Fake News und ähnliche Problematiken besonders erschienen sind. Ich meine, dass die öffentlich-rechtlichen Medien in diesen Krisenzeiten eine besondere Verantwortung tragen. Eben deswegen möchte ich Ihnen auch aus meinem Heimatland Ungarn leider ein negatives Beispiel erwähnen in der heutigen Diskussion. Nämlich, wenn eine Regierung durch eine Propagandasendung nur die positiven Nachrichten über die Bekämpfung der Corona-Krise zum Beispiel eine falsche Sicherheit vorwiegt, das ist dann natürlich nicht den Bürgerinnen und Bürgern eine gute und ausgewogene Information. Und ich meine, dass gerade in Krisenzeiten die Medien, die öffentlich-rechtlichen Medien darauf wirklich ein besonderes Augenmerk legen müssen, dass sie aus unterschiedlichen Blickwinkeln die Problematik darstellen. Eine zusätzliche Problematik ist in unserem Fall, im Falle von Ungarn natürlich ebenfalls zu erwähnen, nämlich, dass in Kürze in Ungarn, wie Sie vielleicht wissen, im April Parlamentswahlen stattfinden. Und gerade wie man mit einer Krisensituation umgeht, und es geht nicht nur um die Pandemie, sondern es geht zum Beispiel auch um den Konflikt zwischen Russland und Ukraine, was ja Ungarn sehr direkt auch betrifft, ausgewogene Informationen entstehen. Deswegen wäre es wichtig, dass der Europarat und die OSZE auch die Wahlen in Ungarn dann sehr kritisch beobachtet. Dankeschön für Ihre Aufmerksamkeit.
Thank you, sir. Now, Mr. Lopatka from Austria. I think he is in the hall.
Yes, here I am. Thank you very much that I have the chance, that I have the chance to take the floor. I can fully support your report and also what my colleagues mentioned before. I think the role of media in times of crisis is a very important one. And we have also to see that disinformation in social media platforms is rising. On the other hand, we have to do everything to support constructive journalism in times of crisis. And here we have a new situation in Austria. We face now more and more attacks on journalists when they are doing their job, mainly when they are reporting about demonstrations in this COVID-19 pandemic times. And here we see that they are not only attacking journalists verbally, they also use violence, which is new for my country. According to police reports, media representatives were attacked several times, and especially women journalists were victims of physical assaults. And these attacks, of course, are unacceptable, and we must not only condemn them in the strongest terms, we have also to think about concrete measures that journalists can continue with their work as it was normally before. And we have also a new phenomenon that more and more demonstrations are in front of editorial offices. And also here we see an increase in the risk to attack journalists. And for me and for us, it is clear. Independent, high quality and critical journalism, as well as the pluralism, of course, in the media, are cornerstones of every democracy and hopefully in all of our countries. And here, this report is important because we have to show the public that all countries who are represented in our assembly have the wish to do everything that free media are an important part in all of our countries, but also journalists should have the feeling that we as politicians do everything that they can do their work. So we support all this work you are doing here, and we also support fact-checking tools for social media. This is also a very important part when we talk about the role of media. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Now, Mr. Voloshin from Ukraine online.
Yes, hello, my dear colleagues. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak on this very important topic, especially from Ukraine nowadays. I believe no one needs to be persuaded that when we speak about crisis, it's unfortunately more about Ukraine more than about any country in Europe nowadays, and we are very grateful for increasing attention of our European colleagues and friends to the ways to find the solution to this crisis. And definitely the role of media is extremely important in this context. I would like to stress that in times of crisis, and especially during war or conflict, the main job of the media, the main mission of the media is to heal, to build bridges, to bridge the gaps, to find the ways to reconcile for those who are in conflict, who have varying views, especially if it's about nations. In this particular case, look at the situation in Ukraine. For the last year, 2021, 5 independent TV stations were silenced with presidential decrees imposing sanctions on them for allegedly promoting some of the Russian views positive of Russia, or views positive of reconciliation with Russia. Moreover, 3 more popular internet media were silenced with the same presidential decrees through the same procedure with imposing sanctions on them. And Ukraine with this established a precedent, imposing sanctions on its own legal entities, not on foreign, but on Ukrainian legal entities, on Ukrainian media, not even trying to go to court to close them, but to check whether they are really guilty of something or not, but to close them with the political will of one personality, President Zelensky. And now many in Europe wonder why Ukraine and Russia are in such bad relations, why there is a crisis. What's the problem in Ukraine? Why the voices who always were heard in support of reconciliation with Moscow, in support of Europe living without division lines, without conflicts, with Europe accepting all the variety of views present here, is now on the verge of major conflicts that may cause dramatically catastrophic troubles to everyone. And it's largely because Ukrainian media are not free anymore. It's largely because the government of Ukraine decided that its role is not to reconcile with Russia. Its mission is not to find the ways to go along with Russia, but to fight Russia everywhere it can, especially in media sphere. And that's unfortunately the worst possible choice. And that's one of the reasons, definitely not the main one, but one of the reasons why we are where we are and why we are all facing a dramatic trouble. I believe this honorable assembly needs to address these issues of freedom of press urgently, and it will dramatically contribute to the solution of general situation around Ukraine and in reconciliation efforts between Ukraine and Russia. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now the floor is for Mr. Tomic, Zoran Tomic from Serbia. Online, he's online.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Distinguished colleagues, the media today play an important role in our societies, especially in the era of digitalization and globalization. We know that information is something that is most valuable today, and with modern technologies and media, we can get the necessary information, but it often happens that we get unnecessary information, or as it is formally said, noise. Especially in times of crisis, such as the time of the coronavirus pandemic, the media play an important role. In times of crisis, it is necessary to prevent panic and its spread, and to find a mechanism to organize society in the right way in order to face the problem that lies ahead. During the coronavirus, a virus about which we knew almost nothing at the beginning, it was important to inform the citizens about the events in that field, that what measures should be taken to suppress the spread of the virus, and later in the process of immunization, talk about the importance of the vaccination as a mechanism to fight the virus completely. Unfortunately, it seems that for some media, especially those related to the internet and social networks, the number of clicks and likes was more important than the people's life. So they try to provide popular information full of conspiracy theories and quasi-scientists who presented exactly the opposite information of what was true. That is why the resolution which is before us is important to appeal to states and societies with the Council of Europe that freedom of expression and access to information should be nurtured, but that the emphasis in times of crisis must be on discipline and more attention to verification of those information. This can be achieved by help of the state as well as providers, making the media that share the content that is fake and preventing fake news from spreading on their networks. We are witnessing that they are becoming more popular than the truth today, unfortunately. This is why the role of us parliamentarians, but also the entire society, is to prevent someone's profit and popularity from being more important than the health and the well-being of the society in the times of crisis. That is why I think that this resolution is excellent and should be supported on the voting day, but also that it should not remain a dead letter on the paper, as we say, but actively work within our parliaments and communities to implement it and prevent certain media from abusing the name of the free and independent press in order to get money and provide more greater wealth for their owners on the expense of all mankind. Thank you.
Thanks for the time management. Now the floor is for Mr. Eker from Turkey. Yes, Mehdi Bey, online.
Thank you very much. Dear Chairman, dear colleagues, COVID-19 pandemic proved that media plays a key role both in the perception and in the management of crisis. During the pandemic, there were so many inaccurate information floating around in the media. Especially, there was a chaos in the social media. Thus, I sincerely believe that this report shows us what is media's role and how should states cooperate with the media during such crisis. During a crisis, people want to know what is happening and how to stay safe. In such times, the media serves as an emergency broadcast system to provide vital information for the people who need it most. Furthermore, the emergence of a crisis requires the authorities to deploy new actions and opens broad fields to the media information. In the past, organizations had 24 hours to get information to media outlets. Now, media outlets can provide immediate and continuous updates on a crisis through contributions from people experiencing the crisis. This situation has become more evident with the development of social media. Social media is a tool that can cause a negative impact. However, it can also bring about positive outcomes as well by facilitating and accelerating the speed and breadth of communication if properly utilized. Both the traditional and the social media represent an active, pivotal role in shaping today's world. It can play a role of educationally focused awareness of crisis through news, commentary, and interpretation. However, there are many hoax and misinformation in media outlets which could lead to polarization and populism. This situation, of course, should not be tolerated in democratic societies. On the other hand, basic human rights cannot be sacrificed to fight this kind of misinformation. Public authorities, the media, and people should collaborate and find a solution to fight with misinformation while protecting the human rights. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Tony Lloyd from United Kingdom. Please ask the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Can I begin by saying, like others, it's inevitable that a free media is plays a fundamental role in a democratic society. It should be regarded as not necessarily the politician's friend, not necessarily the government's friend, but the friend of the public. And whilst others have already commented on the difficulties that the proliferation of social media, inaccurate fake news has played during the COVID crisis, nevertheless, we have depended on our media to make sure that the proper messages about the extent and the real impact of COVID has been all about. The media is fundamental in times of crisis. But one of the things that we have to grapple with is the fact that our media is under attack. Sometimes, as others have said, this is physical attack. We still recall the murder of Jan Kuciak, the Slovak journalist, or of Daphne Caruana Galizia from Malta. Those were shocking. But in actual fact, even in my own country, there's been an increase in physical attack upon journalists, and sometimes particularly women journalists are affected. This is something that we simply have got to deplore, but more than that, we've got to make sure that we say we must defend our journalists. But the attack on the media comes way beyond that. We've seen, for example, use in Russia and Hungary of specific uses of laws about fake information, where the state seeks to protect itself, or the restriction of the access of journalists to people like medical professionals during the COVID crisis, preventing journalists reporting accurately on exactly what the impact of COVID is. We've seen as well the use in Hungary of where the media regulator refused a license to the biggest radio independent radio system, or in Poland where a state-owned oil company, took over the organisation which owned most of the regional newspapers. This state attack upon the free media is a very dangerous trend. And of course, we've seen even in countries like France and Slovenia the use of these so-called SLAPs, the strategic laws against public participation. This is incredibly dangerous. So if this Parliamentary Assembly is not prepared to stand up for the rights of a free and independent media, of the rights for journalists to go to work in safety, of the capacity of independent media organisations to report the news faithfully and accurately, we fail not simply the media, we fail our democracy. And if we fail our democracy, we fail our people.
Thank you, sir. Now, Mr. Gadirli from Azerbaijan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our distinguished colleague from Greece mentioned the name of Thomas Jefferson. He was indeed one of the greatest historic figures. But we live in a time when the New York City Public Design Commission unanimously decided to remove the statue of Thomas Jefferson because they considered him to be one of the most shameful pages in American history. This is one of the many examples of negative effects of manipulation with history in and by the media. This draft report is aimed at defining the role of the media, but it seems to disregard the brutal fact that the media itself is in deep crisis. To start with, we should put a question to ourselves, fundamental one. Is such a report really needed, and who are we as politicians to mentor journalists? My answers to these questions are negative. But since I'm a lawyer, I would try to stick to some legal arguments. Terminology used in this report is unfortunately either too metaphoric to have clear meaning or too confusing to have legal connotation. Such phrases as healthy media ecosystem or this being both right and duty are not helpful at all. The draft document I'm going to quote says that, this is a quote, media should be able to stimulate discussions on the right measures to counter the causes and the adverse effects of a crisis and to overcome it, end of quote. Now, the definite article immediately catches attention. It assumes that right measures are already known. And here comes the question, why media should stimulate discussion on what is already known, and known to whom? At this point, I want to recall the resolution adopted last year by this Assembly on the so-called the right of public to know. I opposed that resolution because it was poorly drafted and full of ill-defined concepts. Unfortunately, I have to oppose this report on the same grounds. The Article 4 is especially troubling. Paragraph 4. It says that media, I quote, help to reinforce the legitimacy of the decisions taken by political leaders. Since when media has such a role? Media has always had the role to question legitimacy of decisions made by public leaders and put them under public scrutiny. Then media somehow, out of a sudden, is supposed to have an educational role. I simply don't understand it. But this paragraph has its own internal logic, because it goes on to say that this must be capable of analyzing and explaining the new obligations being imposed, etc., etc. Now, this paragraph does have an internal logic, but it is fundamentally wrong. My time is out. I'm ending my speech by saying that I'm going to vote against this. Thank you.
Thank you. Now the floor is for Madame Nicole Duranton from France.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président, Madame la rapporteure, mes chers collègues. La pandémie de coronavirus a suscité chez la plupart de nos concitoyens un besoin accru d'information. Parce qu'ils reflètent, mais aussi forment l'opinion, les médias sont porteurs d'une lourde responsabilité pour nos sociétés démocratiques. Les erreurs et les emportements qu'ils transmettent peuvent avoir de graves conséquences, a fortiori lorsque des vies sont en jeu. Je souscris entièrement aux conclusions du rapport présenté par notre collègue Annika Anglong concernant la nécessité d'une information de qualité et le besoin de renforcer le lien de confiance entre les citoyens et nos institutions. Nous devons lutter contre la désinformation et le phénomène des fake news, qui sont des phénomènes désormais bien installés sur les réseaux sociaux. Les fausses informations constituent en effet une grande menace pour nos démocraties, pointée à plusieurs reprises par notre Assemblée. Elles sont installées dans un paysage bien particulier, celui d'une accélération de l'information avec une tendance lourde. L'information se fabrique avant tout pour capter l'attention. Dès lors, le problème n'est pas tant l'existence de divergences de vues que le défaut d'un accord collectif sur des données de base, sur des faits tangibles, ce qui rend impossible tout débat posé et rationnel. Il faut donc prêter une attention particulière à la régulation des plateformes de médias sociaux, dont le rôle s'est révélé déterminant durant la crise. J'insiste sur ce point. Nous devons inciter ces plateformes à développer des outils de vérification des faits qui circulent via les canaux. Nous devons également nous montrer vigilants vis-à-vis des algorithmes que ces dernières utilisent et qui nuisent parfois au respect des principes éthiques auxquels devrait être soumise toute publication en ligne. Les utilisateurs de ces médias sociaux sont trop souvent exposés à des informations qui déterminent la nature de leur engagement. Dans ces conditions, l'émergence d'un espace public délibératif est impossible et c'est la démocratie qui s'en trouve fragilisée. Au regard de ces dangers bien réels, je suis convaincue que les institutions doivent mettre en place des politiques publiques à même de mieux encadrer les plateformes. Je partage donc l'analyse de notre collègue qui prône l'adoption de mesures législatives pour éviter que des puissantes entreprises numériques ne deviennent des pôles de pouvoir politique. Cela me conduit à souligner l'importance des médias plus traditionnels qui jouent un rôle critique indispensable. Les journalistes ont un rôle essentiel à jouer, mais pour l'assumer, ils doivent être bien formés, reconnus et disposer d'une réelle indépendance. C'est donc l'ensemble de l'écosystème qu'il faut passer en revue et ce rapport y contribue pleinement. Je voterai cette résolution. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Now the floor is for Madame Zita Gurmai from Hungary. Sorry, please unmute your microphone. We see you, but we cannot hear you.
Okay.
Okay. Now.
Is it better now?
Yes.
Okay, so shall we start from the beginning? Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Dear colleagues, if a government abolishes freedom of press, it is afraid to bring its action on the judgment of the people, and the actions of those who fear such judgment are unjust, said Lajos Kossuth, the first president of Hungary in the 19th century. The freedom and independence of the press is under threat throughout Europe. Populists try to present complex and sensitive social, economic, political issues as something that easily can be solved, and oftentimes as something that can easily blame someone else, stigmatizing this whoever they consider someone else. Others try to polarize the media, create their own bubbles of information enhanced by social media algorithms without any opportunity for diverging opinion to be presented, while false information, fake news are either strengthening this effect or destroy trust in the media. A recent international study made by Ipsos has shown that less than a third of the population trust the media in the European countries, with the least amount of trust can be found in my home country, Hungary, where only 9% of the population trust media companies. Hungary has reached such a level of polarization that every single outlet in the country is put in a camp, governmental camp, opposition camp, which then gets divided even further based on which political party is perceived as controller of the newspaper, even if such control is non-existent. The Hungarian government is making the situation worse. Hungarian state funding are flowing to government-friendly media outlets, while barely any support goes to voices that are more critical of the government actions. A balance against such a polarized media market could be the state media, which once again serve as nothing more but the most fearless supporter of the government's action, the loudest opposition presented against anyone who dares to be critical of said government. We already can see the negative effect of this lack of trust. Hungary's attempt to counter the coronavirus pandemic has lost a drastic amount of efficiency. Similar occurrences can be perceived when scandal happens. The government unwillingness to report on certain matters, such as a Pegasus scandal, creates doubt and denial in those who are supportive towards the government, in those who usually consume materials that are created for the people in that opinion bubble. These threats, which the report also notes, makes the people numb and uncaring the scandals, doubtful of crisis, and unempathic towards tragedies. Therefore, reports such as the one which is the subject of this debate are welcome. There is another issue which still needs further emphasis, that being the representation and support of minority voices. By this, of course, I mean minorities such as national minorities, sexual minorities, and so on. But I also mean political minorities who might find it hard to make their voice heard. It is crucial for the media not just to provide wide array for objective, trustworthy information. It is also important that some sort of representation regarding one's identity to be present in the media. Trust in the press cannot be achieved if some groups feel excluded. In short, we need to ensure that everyone's voice can be heard. So I congratulate for the rapporteur. It's an excellent job.
Yes, before moving to the next speaker, I should remind that we have to finish at around 7 maximum. I now announce the results for the election of a Vice President of the Assembly. The numbers say that 185 members voted, and Mr. Tolstoy got 79 yes vote. Unfortunately, no number of negative votes is 106. So it says that Mr. Tolstoy did not obtain a relative majority of votes cast and is not elected Vice President of the Parliamentary Assembly. This is for the information. Now the next speaker is Mr. Rousopoulos from Greece. Yes, Komşu.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ, κύριε Πρόεδρε. Κυρίες και κύριοι συνάδελφοι, σπέβδω να πω ότι θα υπερψηφίσω βεβαίως την έκθεση της αγαπητής Ανίκ Εκμπλομ, η οποία είναι σημαντική για την περίοδο που ζούμε και θα εξηγήσω γιατί. Οι αρχαίοι Έλληνες έλεγαν ότι δεν υπάρχει τίποτα καινούριο κάτω από τον ήλιο. Και μπορώ να σας το αποδείξω με μικρά ιστορικά παραδείγματα. Θα πάρω ένα παράδειγμα από την περίοδο του 17ου αιώνα στην Αγγλία, όπου και ξεκίνησε η σύγχρονη και ελεύθερη δημοσιογραφία και δόθηκαν σπουδαίες μάχες, όταν ο Λόρδος Μάνσφιλντ αποφάσισε ότι θα καταπιέσει τους δημοσιογράφους με κάθε τρόπο, θα τους στέλνει σε δίκες, θα τους διαπομπεύει δημοσίως, θα αυξήσει τη φορολογία στα μέσα ενημέρωσης κλπ. Στον επόμενο αιώνα έχουμε ένα καταπληκτικό χαρακτηριστικό περιστατικό με τους Times του Λονδίνου. Όταν ο ανταποκριτής τους, William Howard Russell, πηγαίνει να καλύψει τον Κρημαϊκό πόλεμο και γράφει ότι οι Άγγλοι στρατιώτες ταλαιπωρούνται τόσο από τη διοίκηση που δεν έχουν ούτε τα τροφεία, ούτε φαγητό δηλαδή να φάνε. Ο Υπουργός Άμυνας τότε της Αγγλίας, αλλά και ο Υπουργός Εξωτερικών, επιτίθενται στους Times, λέγοντας χαρακτηριστικά ότι είναι απεχθής η τυραννία της εφημερίδας πάνω στη δημοκρατία. Γιατί σε μία περίοδο κρίσης η εφημερίδα πήρε θέση υπέρ των πολιτών. Δηλαδή δεν ετάχθη υπέρ της κυβέρνησης και των συμφερόντων εκείνης της στιγμής, ακόμα και της χώρας της ίδιας της Αγγλίας. Άρα λοιπόν τίποτα καινούριο δεν είναι κάτω από τον ήλιο. Οι κρίσεις και οι αντιπαραθέσεις με τη δημοσιογραφία και την ελεύθερη διατύπωση του λόγου είναι κάτι πάρα πολύ παλαιό. Έρχομαι στη σημερινή εποχή. Στον 20ο αιώνα, ξέρετε, διατυπώθηκαν δύο θεωρίες. Η μία θεωρία ήταν του Orwell και η άλλη του Huxley. Ο Orwell έλεγε ότι θα υπάρχει ένα μέσο ενημέρωσης και θα μας λέει ένα πράγμα. Ο Huxley έλεγε ότι θα υπάρχουν τόσα πολλά που θα μπερδευόμαστε και δεν θα ξέρουμε ποια είναι η αλήθεια. Επικράτησε βεβαίως το δεύτερο. Υπάρχει μία επίσης παρανόηση, μιλώντας για τα μέσα κοινωνικής δικτύωσης. Τα μέσα κοινωνικής δικτύωσης δεν είναι μέσα ενημέρωσης. Σας το λέω γιατί ήμουν 20 χρόνια δημοσιογράφος, διδάσκω δημοσιογραφία στα πανεπιστήμια, είμαι 20 χρόνια στην πολιτική, το έχω ζήσει στην επικοινωνία. Τα μέσα κοινωνικής δικτύωσης δεν επιτελούν το έργο των κλασικών μέσων ενημέρωσης με δημοσιογράφους επαγγελματίες. Ωστόσο, έχουν πολύ μεγάλη προσβασιμότητα ένα μεγάλο ποσοστό των πολιτών. Σε τελευταία διεθνή έρευνα που δημοσιεύτηκε πριν από 3 μήνες, μόνο το 30% των πολιτών εμπιστεύονται τα μέσα κοινωνικής δικτύωσης, αλλά το 82% των πολιτών ενημερώνονται από αυτά, που σημαίνει ότι σε λίγα χρόνια η ενημέρωση θα είναι μόνο μέσα από αυτά. Δημιουργούνται οι περίφημες φούσκες ενημέρωσης, όπου με τους αλγορίθμους, ανάλογα με το τι ενδιαφέρον έχει ο καθένας, θα μαθαίνει μόνο αυτά τα οποία τον ενδιαφέρουν και αυτά που πιστεύει. Θα υπάρχει η de fix δηλαδή. Κλείνω λέγοντας δύο πράγματα. Επειδή ακούστηκε από προαλήσει τον αγαπητό συνάδελφο από τη χώρα μου κάτι σχετικά με τις θέσεις της Ελλάδος στη δημοσιογραφία. Η Ελλάδα ευτυχώς πάει πάρα πολύ καλά. Από τη θέση 91 που ήταν το 2015 σήμερα στη θέση 70, μακάρι να πηγαίναμε ακόμα καλύτερα. Η δημοσιογραφία λειτουργεί ανεξάρτητα από την δικαιοσύνη και κανείς δεν είναι εκτός ελέγχου. Και η δικαιοσύνη μπορεί να ελέγξει τους δημοσιογράφους και οι δημοσιογράφοι όλους τους πολιτικούς. Κύριε Πρόεδρε, δώστε μου 10 δευτερόλεπτα για να πω ότι πρέπει η συνέλευσή μας να σκεφτεί σοβαρά τη δημιουργία ενός παρατηρητηρίου αξιολόγησης των δημοσιογραφικών πρακτικών σε κάθε χώρα. Υπάρχουν δημοσιογράφοι χωρίς σύνορα που συνεργάζονται μαζί μας, αλλά νομίζω ότι είναι καιρός το Συμβούλιο της Ευρώπης να φτιάξει ειδικά ένα παρατηρητήριο γι' αυτό, γιατί η δημοσιογραφία χωρίς ελευθερία του λόγου δεν υπάρχει. Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Understood. Thank you. Now I invite Mr. Lukaides as the last speaker. Then we will move to the amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dear colleagues, we are navigating an era where information is readily and easily accessible by almost everyone at all times. Media should play a key role in providing timely, accurate, and reliable information, and especially in times of crisis like the COVID-19 pandemic. Social media have become an important tool for public dialogue and discussion on COVID-19 and the government's handling of the public health crisis. At the same time, the sanitary crisis has created additional challenges for the media industry. The outbreak of misleading information causes confusion and undermines the public's trust in health authorities, a phenomenon that the World Health Organization has declared as an infodemic. While both conventional and social media have become an essential tool in the dissemination and thus democratization of knowledge and information, this comes with an increased responsibility in preventing misinformation, fake news, and the dissemination of conspiracy theories. Furthermore, misleading information has caused public anxiety and uncertainty on a large scale. Even in times of exceptional situation and public emergencies, it is important that the flow of information remains unobstructed. Dear colleagues, in times of crisis, we need more, not less democracy. Consequently, freedom of expression should be protected at all costs. At the same time, the present pandemic has underscored the need for all media to practice responsible journalism and disseminate accurate and verified information, thus facilitating healthy public debates and allowing for citizens to take informed decisions. For example, the extreme polarization of public opinion that ensued following the decision for mass vaccination led to increased mistrust as regards the credibility of governmental and scientific institutions. At the same time, this resulted in a rise in hate speech against certain groups and the stereotyping and stigmatization of already marginalized populations, a particularly worrisome development for the health of our democracies. In this regard, close collaboration between institutions and internet media stakeholders is important in preventing the manipulation of media and online platforms and the spread of fake news and hate speech. Public authorities should support the expression of diverse content and opinions on critical issues like the pandemic, whilst assuring at the same time that these are expressed respectfully in a secure environment, ensuring informed debates and inclusive democratic participation. Furthermore, governments need to impose appropriate and proportionate measures with particular caution so as to avoid any violation of Article 10 of the European Convention on Human Rights. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, sir. Now I must interrupt the list of speakers. The speeches of members on the list who have been present physically or remotely during the debate but have not been able to speak may be given to the table office for publication in the official report, provided that speakers connected remotely can report their actual presence when the debate is closed. I remind colleagues that typewritten text must be submitted electronically no later than 4 hours after the list of speakers is interrupted. Now I call Mr. Engblom, the rapporteur, to reply to the debate in 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, thank you, dear colleagues, for the interventions, reflections, and also examples from several of the respective countries with reflections on this report. Some comments. Marie-Christine Dalloz, who is not present, lifted that also readers today are producers of information, and this is crucial why the media, and especially that of public media and public service, is independent, first of all, and second of all, fact-based. That is the profound ground that it has to stand on, because that's a very important line. Second of all, Mr. Lloyd, for instance, the media must be the friend of the public or serve the public. My Azeri friends, I don't know how they interpreted the report, but I suggest that they move on from, not stop at paragraph 4, but move to paragraph 9 as well, because there is stated the balance that has to be before being both cooperative, but also question, be critical to measures taken, especially by governments during a crisis. This report has, of course, built on several other reports that we have pulled through here in the Assembly. For instance, media freedom, the protection of journalism, and also the people's right to know, as was mentioned by one of the my colleagues here. So this is sort of now we've had we're in the middle of the crisis still of a pandemic. It is very vital where we can sort of see how the media works, and that is what the scope of this report is about. Thanks, of course, is at its place, first of all, to doing the fact-finding base was to our experts, to Dr. Giuliana Tiripelli from the Montfort University of Leicester, Ms. Daniela Ovadia from the Center for Ethics and Science and Journalism in Milan, and Paul Riley at the University of Sheffield. Their contribution has been invaluable. And once again, thanks, colleagues, but of course, a special thanks to our wonderful secretariat, Mr. Roberto Fassino and Eugene Ciubatara. Without this, nothing had will be happen. And of course, the help of my dear colleagues in the committee as well. As I said in the beginning, I hope that you will support this report. I thank for those who have already expressed this. And moreover, that it doesn't stay on the shelf, but that we can continue to work with the scope of this report in our respective parliaments and in our respective societies and develop the arguments further on in the future. Thank you very much for this debate.
Thank you. Now, if the chairperson of the committee wishes to speak, I will give him 3 minutes. Mr. Lord Dundee.
Thank you, Mr. President. And dear colleagues, before we come to voting on proposed amendments, I would like to thank our rapporteur. Oh, I'm so sorry. I would like to thank our rapporteur for the excellent work which she has done on this report. In view of COVID, an assessment of the role of the media in times of crisis is extremely relevant just now. No doubt it's still too early to calculate the full measure of COVID's negative effects, as it also is to devise a complete range of counterplans and remedies. And in so doing, there is, of course, another challenge as well. This is to win trust and confidence on the best way forward. But there are so many different opinions on what to do, amongst, in any case, quite a lot of misinformation. The media has a key role to play, for it can give accurate and thorough information. It can host debates and exchanges between scientists, politicians, and others. As a result, it helps to produce an enhanced level of understanding and cooperation for those who have to make decisions. That's why the report also suggests that the media should involve institutions, services, experts, and civil society. This transparent approach is then far more likely than otherwise to inspire trust and confidence in the recommendations and conclusions which it produces. I think we can all believe wholeheartedly in that. Apart from its essential contributions in a crisis, at all other times there's also our reliance upon the media to sustain liberty and political democracy. Equally, the corollary to that may be quite clear, and as our rapporteur has just mentioned, emphasized perhaps in section 9 of her report. This is that all us beneficiaries of democracy should at all times consider ourselves to be within an implied partnership with the media, which on behalf carries out this protective function. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson of the committee. Now the debate is closed. Now we move to the amendments. The Committee on Culture, Science, Education and Media has presented a draft resolution to which 9 amendments have been tabled, as you see in the document 15437. The amendments will be taken in the order in which they appear in the compendium. I remind you that speeches on amendments are limited to 1 minute. I ask parliamentarians participating remotely to ask for the floor only when they have to support their own amendment or wish to speak against an amendment. I understand that the chairperson of the Committee on Culture, Science and Education and Media wishes to propose to the Assembly that amendments 2, 3, 4, 6 and 7 to the draft resolution, which were rejected by the committee with 2/3 majority, be declared as rejected. Is that so, Lord Dundee?
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, it is.
Does anybody object? Is there any online objection?
So if there is an objection,
Yes, I have to check one. Please, could those who object raise their hand in the hemicycle? Well, nothing. For those present in here, or request to speak via the remote system. I remind the Assembly that the objection must be supported by at least 10 members. Anybody wishes to speak? No problem.
Уже надо
Who is online? Yes. Yes, sir, Mr. Epishin. We listen to you.
Спасибо, добрый день. Уважаемые коллеги, я хотел сначала попросить поддержать поправку 1 и поправку 2. И она касается несистемности в докладе использования определения средств массовой информации. В большинстве разделов резолюции мы просто говорим о средствах массовой информации. В первом и третьем абзацах, разделах добавляются определения свободно независимые СМИ. То есть как-то немножко странно, что мы в докладе делим СМИ на разные категории в одном докладе. Но самое главное, что даже если почему-то докладчик предполагает, что у нас СМИ делятся на разные категории, что СМИ, которые якобы зависимые и несвободные, они не должны придерживаться тех принципов и тех характеристик, которые в докладе предложены. Поэтому предлагаем поддержать эти поправки, которые в том числе являются просто технически логичными, помимо смысла. Спасибо большое.
Okay, indeed, we need 10 members to object. If there is 10 members here and remote, it doesn't seem so, right?
Please say that people who object have to request the floor.
Okay, people who object, please take the floor, request the floor.
Anybody objects in the room?
Anybody in the room objecting? She's objecting, or? Okay, now there are more objections. So there is an objection, so each amendment will be taken individually in the order in which they appear in the compendium. Okay, now. Okay, we move to the amendments as seen in the compendium. I call Mr. Epishin to support Amendment 1 in 1 minute. Mr. Epishin, please ask the floor. You have 1 minute to support amendment, Mr. Epishin. Mr. Epishin? If he couldn't get the floor, does anyone else wish to support this amendment?
Could you please ask him to stay online also?
Mr. Epishin, please stay online and you have 1 minute to support amendment.
Спасибо, thank you very much. Спасибо. Я еще раз хотел по первой поправке, и вторая связана вторая поправка связана тоже с первой и касается того, что у нас в докладе не только смысловым образом, но и структурно почему-то разделены средства массовой информации на якобы независимые и несвободные, и свободные и независимые. То есть из 15 разделов данного доклада почему-то в 2 применяются дополнительная терминология. Это первое. Но и главное, что если мы делим СМИ на свободные и независимые и на несвободные и зависимые, то получается, что вторая категория не должна придерживаться тех же принципов и тех же характеристик, которые даются в докладе средства массовой информации. Просто это полное отсутствие логики в том числе. Поэтому мы предлагаем поддержать и первую, и вторую поправки. Спасибо.
Okay. Does anyone wish to speak against Amendment 1? Yes, Rapporteur, 1 minute. Okay.
Thank you very much. To comment on Mr. Apician, let me be very clear that the proposal in Amendment number 1, as for number 2, deletes the word free and independent from the phrase. And not all media are free and independent, unfortunately, besides numerous media outlets that practice real and honest journalism in accordance with the ethics of journalism, which remains free and independent journalism. There is a number of media organizations that are neither free or independent, as they are paid of governments and practice propaganda. This is the case, for instance, in state broadcasters which serve the government and spread propaganda that plays into the hands of the government. So free and independent is crucial. Moreover, as the term reliable is also proposed to be deleted, it should stay in this paragraph since it's used as a code of ethics of various media outlets. In short, I'm against this amendment.
Thank you. What is the opinion of the committee on this Amendment 1?
The committee is against.
Thank you. Now I shall put the amendment to the vote. Voting is open in both hemicycle and remote system. Please vote. Okay, the vote is closed. Please display the results. Okay, 22 in favor, 49 against, 6 abstention. The amendment is rejected. Now we move to Amendment 2. Mr. Apician declared the support to the amendment. Now I give, does anyone wish to speak against? Rapporteur? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, in accordance to Amendment number 1, Mr. Apician wishes to delete the word free and independent, and I've already argumented for that, because free and independent media must be the driving force of critical analysis on the causes of a crisis. Thank you. Well, in short, I'm against. Thank you.
Indeed, the committee has rejected the amendment. Then we suppose that committee is against the amendment.
Mr. President, the committee is against by a 2/3 majority.
Okay. I am putting the amendment to the vote, both in the hemicycle and the remote system. Please vote. Okay, the vote is closed. Please, the results. Okay, the amendment is rejected as seen in the screen. Now, may I invite Mr. Pishin to support Amendment 3? Mr. Epichin.
Да, спасибо. Мне кажется, по первым двум поправкам так и не поняли суть наших предложений. Но мы переходим к третьей поправке. Вот здесь в данном пункте необходимы конкретные гарантии от использования социальными сетями политической цензуры под предлогом модерации контента. Что касается удаления незаконной информации, то во многих странах, включая Россию, действует практика, когда на интернет-посредников законодательно накладываются обязательства по удалению противозаконной публикации. Просим поддержать данную поправку. Спасибо.
Does anyone wish to speak against? Rapporteur, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I can assure Mr. Pishin that I fully understand the intention. And indeed, illegal content must be deleted, and this is the responsibility of the internet intermediary. However, the issue of deleting a certain content is quite complex and needs further explanation and elaboration. And therefore, the injunction to delete a certain content without the necessary explanations and nuances is therefore not appropriate. Therefore, I'm against this amendment.
From the voting in the committee, we know the committee is against. Now I put the amendment to the vote, both in the hemicycle and the remote system. Please vote. Closed. Vote is closed. Results, please. Okay, with these results, the amendment is rejected. Now I call Mr. Epichin to support Amendment 4 in 1 minute. Mr. Epichin, please.
Данная резолюция призвана дать правительствам руководящие принципы поведения в информационной сфере в условиях кризиса, а не просто обозначать проблему. Данная поправка. Поэтому мы предлагаем просто дать такой инструмент. Спасибо.
Anyone speak against? Rapporteur, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. We know that during this pandemic, some governments have tried to control the work of the media under the pretext of tense situations. However, the governments should not tend to control the media, but quite the opposite, to help the media to do their job freely and efficiently. So this resolution provides governments with concrete guidelines that may help media outlets to better play out their role during crisis, which is better expressed in the sentences placed in the report. And I recommend them to stay as they are, hence I'm against this amendment.
Thank you. The committee has rejected the amendment by 2/3 majority. Now I put the amendment to the vote, both in the hemicycle and via remote system. Please vote. Can we close? Okay, the vote is closed, waiting for the results. So with these results, amendment is rejected. Now,
Karamanli on a point of order.
okay, where is she? She's in the here or in? Yes, Madame Karamanli.
Oui, merci beaucoup parce que je suis désolée, je suis prévue pour voter et je n'ai pas pu participer au vote puisque je suis rejetée, on n'a pas pu parler. On a écouté tous les débats depuis cet après-midi. C'est très frustrant de ne pas pouvoir être là, de ne pas pouvoir parler et de ne pas pouvoir voter. Voilà, si vous pouvez prendre en compte mes votes, en tout cas qui sont jusque-là contre, et que je partage la position de Madame la rapporteure. Merci.
Madam Karamanli, when the secretary checked, I think you didn't give the right email. That's why it happened. Okay, sorry about that. I move to the amendment number 5. I invite Mr. Epician to support the amendment in 1 minute.
Ну, вот, спасибо. Необходимо для точности формулировки. Так, международным термином, в том числе принятым ЮНЕСКО и Совете Европы, является именно журналистские расследования. Investigative journalism. Спасибо.
Anyone speak against? What is the opinion of the committee in that case?
The committee is in favour.
Is in? In
Are
favor.
we talking
Okay.
about Amendment 5?
The committee is in favor. Now, I put the amendment to the vote, both in the hemicycle and remote voting system. Please vote. Is voting closed and results, please? Okay, the amendment is rejected. I invite Mr. Epician to... Sorry? Sorry? Sorry, it is adopted. I'm sorry, so sorry. Okay, in favor 6. Now I invite Mr. Epician to support Amendment 6. We have time problem with translation. Please save the time for conclusion of the meetings. Please ask the floor.
Да, спасибо. Необходимость соответствующего обязательного правового документа вызвана сложностью и не отвечающей масштабам проблемы эффективностью регулирования исключительно на национальном уровне по своей сути трансграничного феномена и глобального распространения информации интернет-посредниками. Кроме того, проблема заключается не только в сосредоточении политической власти у цифровых платформ, но и в ее использовании интернет-гигантами с нарушением фундаментальных прав и свобод. Мы просим поддержать данную поправку. Спасибо.
Anyone want to speak? Hurry up, please, rapporteur.
Thank
you, Mr. President. The discussion of tackling legal content online is a big business, but what is proposed here is to adopt one binding legal instrument, which is not only premature, but a bit unrealistic. So I'm against this amendment.
Okay, the committee has rejected by 2/3 majority. Now voting on the amendment. And Mr. Repshin, please stay online for the next items. Please vote. Too many amendments.
We can close the vote.
Okay, vote is closed. Waiting for the results. Then it is rejected. Mr. Repshin, I invite you to support Amendment 7.
Thank you. Спасибо. Сервисы проверки фактов социальных сетей все чаще становятся инструментом для преследования неугодных СМИ и удаления их публикаций под предлогом борьбы с дезинформацией. Поэтому мы предлагаем принять данную поправку. Спасибо.
Does anyone wish to speak against? Rapporteur, please.
Yes, fact-finding mechanism is to fight disinformation, not guarantee human rights as is proposed in the amendment. Therefore, I'm against. Thank you.
Since the committee rejected by 2/3 majority, I now put the amendment to the vote. Mr. Repshin, please stay online. Okay.
Я уже остался. Все.
You can close.
Vote is closed. Display the results. Okay, the amendment is rejected. I invite Mr. Repshin to support Amendment 8.
Спасибо. Данная поправка важна для того, чтобы избежать передачи социальными сетями персональных данных пользователя неуполномоченным на то третьим лицам. Просим поддержать данную поправку. Спасибо.
Anyone speak against? So what is the opinion of the committee?
The committee is in favor.
Committee support.
Okay, the committee is in favor. Now I put it amendment to the vote, both in hemicycle and in the remote system. Please vote. Voting is closed. Results, please. Okay, the amendment is adopted. Now I invite Mr. Repshin to support Amendment 9.
Да, спасибо за поддержку предыдущей поправки. И данная поправка важна, чтобы средства массовой информации не присвоили себе право цензуры публикаций пользователей социальных сетей. Просим поддержать данную поправку. Спасибо.
Anyone to speak against? No. What is the opinion of the committee? The committee is in favor. I put the amendment to the vote, both in the hemicycle and the remote system. Please vote. And this is the last amendment, I think. The vote is closed. Display the results, please. Thank you. The amendment is adopted. Now I understand 3 amendments are adopted. What a good compromise. We will proceed now to the vote on draft resolution contained in document 15437 as amended. A simple majority is required. The voting in the semi-cycle and via remote voting is now open. Please vote on the document 15437. The voting is closed. Please display the results. Okay, with these results, the draft resolution in document 15437 is adopted as amended. I really owe thanks to the interpreters, to the rapporteur, to the committee, and to all of you here and in the remote system. Sorry for the hurry, for the rush. I was really under severe pressure from Secretariat. They did a good job also. See you tomorrow. Thank you.